Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope we're doing well today. Welcome. Asa, good afternoon. Welcome to the chat, brother. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Mariner, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well, man. Today we'll be flying. We're actually going to fly between Stuttgart, EDDS, and Munich, and then back again. So welcome everybody. I hope we are all well. Today we're going to be doing something a little bit different on the stream. Well, yeah, a little bit different, I suppose. We're going to be doing a bit more of a sort of tutorial format for the stream today. So hopefully it goes well. I've never done this kind of thing live before. Obviously, I've done the CRJ tutorials on my YouTube channel, which you can go and check out if you wish, youtube.com/BobbyFuzzy. And I've got a playlist on there called Aerosoft CRJ tutorial, which is taking you from start to finish on the Aerosoft CRJ. However, I wanted to try this sort of live format just to see if how it would work, really. And hopefully I can answer some questions live and things like that if needs be. And yeah, we'll take it from there. Just a small disclaimer, obviously I'm not a real world pilot or a CRJ pilot for that matter. So everything that I'm sort of teaching today is really just stuff I've learned from, you know, reading the manuals and things like that. I was one of the first few people to actually receive the CRJ in terms of the general public, if you like. I actually received it about just over a week earlier than the full release. So I did have a bit of extra time to kind of study down and look at it in a bit more detail before it released. And obviously I worked with Aerosoft as well to do some tutorials for the aircraft. Hence why they were able to send me it a bit earlier. So I've done quite a lot of reading and studying on this aircraft, so I do feel like I know it well enough to do a live tutorial. So hopefully it goes well. There's probably a few little bits here and there that I might miss. Like I say, I'm not a real world pilot, but I will do my very, very best to try and explain things as best as possible. So what we're going to do is we are going to depart out of Stuttgart, one of the brand new handcrafted airports added to the sim. It's absolutely fantastic, actually. Really, really good job on it. Sobo and Gaia simulations. So it should be nice scenery, and we're going to be departing to Munich, which we have the SimWings scenery installed for, and we're going to be flying Lufthansa City line from there, and it is based on a real-world flight, but it's quite convenient really because it's a very short flight, and it should be great for this tutorial format. So we're going to fly from, like I say, Stuttgart to Munich. We're going to use SimBrief to plan the flight, and then we're going to jump into the aircraft and fly it from A to B. I'm not going to use charts too much on this first leg. We're going to do 2 legs in total. And on the second leg, we'll do the same thing in the reverse, but we'll also add in charts as well, and just add that extra layer of complexity, really. For this first leg, I want to just kind of keep it around flying the aircraft and setting it up, etc., just to focus on the aircraft rather than sort of getting lost in all the charts and things like that. Thankfully, the departure from Stuttgart is quite a simple one, so and the airport layout is quite simple, so we shouldn't really, you can usually get by without using the charts for this departure. Manical, good afternoon, welcome to the chat, hope you're doing well, good to see you. Asa, thank you very much for the kind words, I'm glad you found the tutorials useful, and Mariner, thanks for dropping that link in there as well, dude, much appreciated. Chris, welcome to the chat, good to see you again, hope you're doing well today, welcome. Mike, how you doing? Welcome. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. All right. What I'm going to do just real quick is I'm just going to close a few blinds in this room. Yes, it's very bright in here. 1 second. Okay, cool. I'll turn the music down a bit as well. Great stuff. Okay, so we are on multiplayer as well, so if you want to follow along with the tutorial, follow along with the flight, by all means feel free to. Obviously be aware that we are flying in an airliner, so if you're in a GA aircraft, you might struggle to keep up. So if you fly, you can fly along obviously in the A320 or, well, any other airliner basically, and you should be fine. No worries at all. DC-6 should be kind of in the right ballpark as well, but you're definitely going to be landing after us. Will we be able to see each other in game? I can see Carnage coming. Should be able to, yes. Should be able to. Ian, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Good to see you. All right, so let's start getting things set up here. So we're obviously in the menus here. Let me just have a sip of my coffee. All right. So then, first of all, not going to do anything in the sim, first of all, because what I do before every flight I do IFR, at least in an airliner, is go to sim brief. So I'll bring up the fuzzpad first of all. So I'm here just on sim brief in my web browser. Hey, Mike, thank you very much, dude. Thank you very much for the 50 stars. Michael as well, thank you very much for the 60 stars. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying the new format, Mike. Hopefully it plans out well. And I don't think this... I'm not sure if this is something I'm going to do regularly or not, but we'll see how it goes anyway. Obviously, the Aerosoft CRJ is still really the most complex modern airliner in the simulator. So, yeah, I imagine there's still quite a lot of people getting into it, especially on Xbox as well. So hopefully it's helpful just to refresh things a little bit. I know the obviously tutorials I did on the aircraft, they're a bit old. Obviously they're still entirely relevant, but the discoverability on them is probably not as high. So okay, let's get things rocking. So we're here on SimBrief, simbrief.com. If you're unaware of this website, I'll paste it in the chat as well, just for your reference. And what we want to do, first of all, obviously I'm logged in here, so you'll need to make an account, which is easy enough if you've not got one already. But once you're in, you'll be greeted by this homepage, and you want to go to Dispatch and then Dispatch System. So then what I would advise to do as well before actually doing this, if you look in the pinned comment on Facebook and YouTube, if you're on Twitch, you can type !links. And it will give you a link. And sorry, my mistake. On Facebook, it's not in the pinned comment, and neither is on YouTube. It's just in the description of the post. There's a link to my SimBrief airframe. So I've actually set up. If I go to my fleet here, I've actually set up a airframe here, which is basically based on the weights, etc., of the Aerosoft CRJ. And I've actually shared that link to that for you guys on the channel. Like I say, if you look in the description of the post on Facebook or the description on YouTube, you can find a link to download that airframe as well. So if you want to get that downloaded, that'll make just planning your flights on SimBrief a little bit more concise. However, there is already a CRJ. There is already a CRJ on SimBrief, so you don't necessarily have to do that, but it will just tidy up the figures for you. So, coming back to the dispatch system here, we're going to click Create New Flight, and then we're going to be greeted by this screen here. So what we're going to do first of all is we're going to type in our airline, which is CLH in this time, which is Cityline Lufthansa. So our flight number, I actually forget what it is. This is another little tip I could kind of share with you guys, I suppose. So I actually got this from London controller, so I'm not taking credit for this one, but if you go to flightconnections.com, if you want to find like a realistic real-world flight and emulate that route, this is something I do quite often. If you go to flightconnections.com, and you can basically just click on any of these airports, and it will show you what is. This is a website that you would normally use to book tickets and things like that. So it's all sort of current flights that are taking place, current flights that are planned, etc. So if we click on Stuttgart and then Munich, which is just there. Now we can see we've got a Lufthansa flight from Stuttgart to Munich, and then we can get the flight number from there, which you can see there, and it'll also tell you the aircraft type as well. So you can see there it's actually a CRJ 900 that flies this flight in real life. I don't think many people fly the 700 in Europe anymore. It's just mainly the 900, but we don't have the 900 yet, so we're going to go with the 700 today, and our flight number from that is going to be 2147. So that's 2147, and then we're going to be departing from Echo Delta Delta Sierra, and we're going to be arriving at Echo Delta Delta Mike, which is Munich. It's given us an alternate of Zurich, I believe that is, which is fine. So SimBrief is going to populate this based on the weather information and based on your routing, and it'll do that automatically. You don't need to worry about that too much. However, we're not going to be using live weather today, so we are going to just change a few things here. We're not going to be using live weather just to keep things sort of more standardized for anyone that wants to follow along. And then we're going to select airframe. So if you downloaded my profile, it should be here at the top. Aerosoft CRJ 700, Bobby Fuzzy CRJ 7. You can actually scroll down in this list here. You've got plenty of other aircraft to choose from here if you want to fly other aircraft, obviously using SimBrief. But you can scroll down here and choose this profile. My profile is based on this one, but mine's just a little bit more corrected for the correct figures for the Aerosoft CRJ. So I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to come down here, and for climb profile, you don't necessarily need to change this, but I usually change it to this 250 297.4, which is the climb profile we usually use when we're flying the CRJ. You can click the other one as well. It's just basically a bit of a shallower climb if you want, but I'm going to select this one because it's only a short flight today, and we don't really need to have a long climb out. So yeah, it basically just means 250 knots below 10,000, 290 knots above 10,000, and then once we shift over to a Mach number for the speed, it'll be Mach 0.74. That's basically what that means. And then the descent profile is the opposite thing. But I'm not going to get into that too much here. I don't want to confuse things too much. I'm not going to go into all the different options here. I'll just show you basically the what you need to do to get set up for this flight we're doing today. And then we're going to go to departure runway. We're going to select 07 as the departure runway, and then 08 left as the arrival runway. And that's all we're going to change there. So you can see it's given us our route here, and that's all valid for the latest ARX cycle, which is the nav database for various different procedures and routings. That's just reminded me, actually, I don't think I've actually updated the CRJ for the latest ARX cycle, which is a bit of a schoolboy for me. So I'm gonna just do that in the background here whilst we finish this profile off. So then we'll come back to the top and click generate flight. That's then gonna generate our flight plan. Just updating the nav database in the background. Okay, cool, so that's done. I'll just restart the sim. All right, so as you can see, it's generated our flight plan, and it gives us some of the key information at the top here. So we've got our originating airport, our destination, our alternate, our cruising flight level, our block fuel, which is the fuel that we would have loaded into the aircraft whilst we're on stand. and then our air time, which is only half an hour in this flight. It's very, very short, and then our routing and a few of the little bits of detail there. They're the main things that I tend to look at. And then the rest of the flight plan is all here. Now, I'm not going to go into this too much for this particular flight, but I will point out a few little things as we go along. And it's probably best for me to sort of show this whilst we are setting up the aircraft, and you guys can see how it all translates into the flight computer. But most of the stuff we need is actually up here at the top, nicely laid out for us. So that's setting up in SimBrief. Fairly simple and straightforward. Yours says AirRack outdated. Is that on SimBrief? You would just need to click at the top here. Click where it says current. Well, it'll probably say outdated there for you. But if you click on... Actually, having said that, I'm assuming here that you've got a Navigraph account. If you don't have a Navigraph account, this will always say outdated, unfortunately. You can only get it current if you have a Navigraph account. Probably should have mentioned that one. But it doesn't matter too much. I don't think you should have too many discrepancies. And you should still be good to plan a flight using it. But I do recommend Navigraph if anyone is thinking about getting it. It just makes a lot of things a lot simpler. Like, for example, I can just use Navigraph now for charts anywhere in the world if I want to just look up any procedure like this star, this SID, or this star. Easy. Rather than just say you can... I mean, you can find a lot of charts online these days. I'll actually come to that in the next leg, but... yeah, I think Navigraph it makes things quite simple. Yours says default, no Navigraph. Fair enough. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't have too many issues. It doesn't change too drastically, to be honest with you. So I think you'll probably still be fine. I think the main benefit of Navigraph really is not necessarily having the updated nav database. It's more to do with the fact that you get all the charts in one place. It's super easy to find everything. And there's a few little other small benefits as well that it has. Yeah, it's just super convenient having all the charts in one place. And obviously everything is then coming from the same database. So your nav data, your charts, and everything is sort of coming from the same place then. So you can always be sure it's going to match up properly. I'll get Navigraph once I've learned more, like reading charts. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to sort of give a very brief overview of some of the charts when we do our return leg, so hopefully that'll help. But yeah, I mean, there's tons to learn on charts, and I'm still learning about them myself. But I know enough to, you know, interpret them in a way that is useful for flight simulation. Dave, good afternoon. Welcome to chat. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Oh, I've got a friend request here. Okay. I wonder if that's someone who's joining today. All right then, guys. So let's get set up then. So jumping into the sim here. Obviously, you want to go on world map first of all and select the CRJ, which I'm going to do here. I'm actually going to select this extra Lufthansa livery that I downloaded today from flightsim.to. You can get that livery from there if you really want. However, there is some Lufthansa regional liveries included. This is obviously the more modern livery that Lufthansa use. Weight and balance. Now, I highly recommend you never touch this when using the CRJ. Or at least the payload section anyway. It's not so bad if you change it here on the main menu, but when you're actually in sim, I would recommend never using the payload manager, using the top menu. But what we're going to do is I'll just make the fuel So it's nice and low like that. Yeah, something like that. It doesn't really matter. I'm just basically emptying the fuel so that we can load the fuel when we get in the aircraft. There is a nice little way to do that in the CRJ, which is realistic, so I wanted to show you guys that. Empty CG position, just leave that where it is. Don't touch it. A lot of people have had issues when they mess with that, so just leave it as it is. Failures, obviously leave them off, and then this stuff can also stay default blank. And then we are going to start at EDDS. Oh, look, we've got Chris there waiting for us. Beautiful stuff. Love to see it. So we're going to start at Stuttgart EDDS, like I say. I'm going to spawn in here at Dock 25. And then what I'm going to do is going to go up to flight conditions here. And it doesn't necessarily matter what time you put it at. Let's just use live time for, you know, no reason. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to select this weather preset that I've created. Now, I actually used this weather preset for the CRJ tutorials on the channel, on the YouTube channel already. So you can actually get hold of that if you look in, again, the description of the post on Facebook and YouTube. There's a link to download the preset there. If you want to use that, again, on Twitch, if you're on Twitch, type _links and you'll get a link to download the presets. And the presets, I can't actually tell you off the top of my head how to install it. But if you don't want to faff about with that, just click high level clouds or few clouds. It doesn't really matter that much for this this tutorial. It's very light winds, but I'm just choosing this because it looks nice. That's really the only reason. So you can just go with few clouds or high level clouds. Just try to keep things, you know, fairly sedate for this tutorial, just so we can focus on flying the aircraft. And that's it. Once you've got all that set, I'm going to leave it on all players so that you guys can join if you wish. And we're on the North Europe server if you want to follow along. And that's all you need to do. I'm going to click fly now and get loaded in to the aircraft. Dave says, thanks for your help. Yeah, no problem at all, dude. Absolute pleasure as always, mate. Yeah, happy to help anyone where I can do, really. Do you need to send a friend request? You don't have to, no. But by all means, send one across. Okie dokie. All right, so is the game audio coming through? It is. There we go. Okay, great stuff. I'm going to turn the music down quite a bit here. Now, if you've just installed the CRJ, this is how it's going to load up for you. It's going to load up with everything running. So what you want to do is just click on the EFB here and go to aircraft and then just click cold and dark. That's going to shut everything off. I usually have the default state as cold and dark here as well, so you can set that if you wish. That's what I usually have it on. For some reason it was on turnaround, probably because I was maybe doing some testing in this aircraft at some point. So yeah, click cold and dark and feel free to change the default state. Let's open the doors as well for the passengers. Wheel chocks should be in place by default if you click cold and dark. We'll open some of the cargo doors as well. And we'll connect a ground power cart as well. You can also go ahead and turn up the cabin lights for the passengers. Okie dokie. So, first of all, loading into the aircraft. Now, the the very first thing I usually like to do, let's just check out this livery real quick. This is looking kind of nice. Very slick, very slick. Love it. Beautiful. We've got Chris in the CRJ as well. Awesome. Love to see it. Love to see it. Hey, Dave. Holy shit. Coming in with the 1,000 stars. Holy crap, dude. Very, very generous, mate. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Yeah, really appreciate it, man. Ian coming in as well with 100 stars. Thank you very much. Thank you, dude. Much appreciated. Okie dokie then. So, another little add-on I would recommend as well. I don't want to overload you guys with information as well, but if you go on flightsim.to and search for toolbar pushback, don't do it now, but toolbar pushback, you can go ahead and grab this this add-on here, and it just allows you to sort of manipulate the ground surfaces without having to use ATC. Obviously, it also allows you to do pushback as well. So let's get that rocking. So yeah, first of all, when you arrive in the CRJ and you've set it to cold and dark, then what we're going to do first of all, before we do anything else, is we are going to basically set up the weight and balance of the aircraft. So we'll go to the performance page, and this is where SimBrief comes in quite handy, because it's going to give you the weight and balance. Well, not the weight and balance, but it's going to give you the figures that you need to use for a given trip. So I'm going to change to 0 fuel weight, because I personally just find that a bit simpler to do. You don't have to decide on where you're going to put the forward cargo and where you're going to put the aft cargo. It just does it for you. So I'm going to use 0 fuel weight here. And then what we'll do is I'll bring up the fuzz pad again so you guys can see that real quick. I'm going to use this figure right here. So these are obviously the maximums on this top row. This is the estimated, and it's not estimated in our instance because this is a flight sim. So there's never going to be a variation. So we're going to use this figure 26380. And we're basically going to put that into this box right here. So you can click on the box so it's highlighted green, and then you can use the keypad here. So we're just going to delete that, and we're going to go 26380. Press enter. Make sure you press enter because it doesn't update if you don't. You can see that little green dot moved when I pressed enter there. So that's now entered into the system, but it's not actually loaded into the aircraft. So it's actually, the EFB knows what figures we're working to, but the aircraft isn't actually loaded with that amount of weight. So what we need to do then is go to set payload in simulator. Now the trick to doing this is you actually have to press it twice, not once as you would think, twice. For some strange reason, not sure why, but you have to press it twice. Just trust me on this. So if you watch this green dot here, you will actually see what I mean. So once I press it once, and then I press it again, and it actually moves back. So that's now the payload set. You don't need to go up here and check it in the fuel section here. you will just get all types confused if you do that. Just use the EFB to do everything in terms of weight and balance on this aircraft. Now the fuel, you'll notice there's a fuel box here. You can actually load the fuel through here. However, we are not going to do it that way, and I'll come to that in a later stage. But that's all we're going to do for now. We're just going to set the 0 fuel weight, and that is that. Chris says, I'll do my best to keep up. Yeah. Well, I'm going to try and... I'm going to go quite slowly, to be honest. So, hopefully it will... hopefully we don't go too quickly. Acer says, I can't see anyone. Make sure that you are on the North Europe server. Oh, I see you, Acer. Oh, Mariner's here as well. Awesome. Beautiful. I've also got a little Cessna citation here as well. I'm not sure if they're joining us or not. But yeah, Acer, what you'll find sometimes is people will disappear and reappear. It's very strange. It's just a weird thing with Microsoft Flight Simulator. But you may find that people just disappear and reappear every now and again. So, yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. But I can see you, and we'll probably reappear fairly shortly. So, yeah, it's just a weird thing, really. I don't know how best to describe it. Okay, so we've got all that loaded now, and what we're going to do now is we're going to start getting the aircraft set up. So we're going to do the safety checks first of all. Now, this isn't necessarily a something that you would need to do in the simulator, because we kind of take for granted that the aircraft is going to be set up in the same way each time. So, for example, you know, when you load into the aircraft cold and dark, that, for example, all the switches and everything are going to all be in the same position as they were last time you loaded in cold and dark. But it is quite a good idea to do a safety check just to quickly check the cockpit through. Because sometimes when you are panning around the aircraft, you know, if you've been looking around before you got things set up, it is possible you could have knocked something and it might catch you out later on. So it's not a terrible idea to have just a quick check. How do you show name tags? If you go into your pause menu, go to general options and traffic, then it should be on here somewhere. There we go at the top. Show traffic nameplates, and then just turn that to on. Okay, where do you put the zero fuel weight? So if you come to the iPad here, or Dave as Aerosoft like to call it, click on performance, and then you see this blue button here. This should say change to zero fuel weight. Click on that, and then it should change the boxes here from passengers and the cargo holds and fuel to just zero fuel weight and fuel. Okay, so safety checks first of all. So circuit breakers, just make sure they're closed. They're not actually modelled in this aircraft, so we can safely assume they all are. Nose wheel steering switch off. Now, this is an important one in the real aircraft, but unfortunately in the sim at the moment, this actually has no effect on the actual nose wheel steering. The nose wheel steering will always work regardless of whether it is armed or not. Which is a bit unfortunate, really, because that is quite a big deal in the real aircraft. But nevertheless, obviously, you want to make sure that is off for the pushback. Want to make sure the hydraulic pumps are also off, which they all are, which is this middle position. And all of these switches here have 3 positions except for the 3A hydraulic system. And they should all be basically in the middle there. Landing gear lever needs to be down, which it is. Oops. Flight spoilers retracted, which is this position. That is fine. Slats are set to 0, which they are. In the real aircraft, you would check the flaps, the slats and flaps position, and then you would also look outside on the aircraft and make sure the flaps position is is actually matching that of the lever. The radar we need to check is off. Again, this is not something that's simulated in the aircraft at the moment, unfortunately, because of a SOBO limitation. However, in the future, this should be modelled, and obviously, when we're on the ground, we don't want to turn the radar on for the at the front of the aircraft, otherwise it's potentially cause issues with the ground crew. It might cause some health problems. So we want to keep the radar off when we are in the vicinity of the gate. Stainless, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good morning. Have they fixed this aircraft yet? My sim crashed every time I tried to clear a discontinuity in the flight plan. Oh dear. Oh dear. To be honest, I haven't actually tested that. I wasn't aware that was an issue, to be quite honest. But we'll find out. We will find out. How long has that issue been going on for? Okay, so we're just going to continue on, nevertheless. ADG manual release stowed, which is this lever here, and it is. So the ADG is an air-driven generator. It pops out at the front of the aircraft, just here. Since aircraft inception. Okay, that's definitely not something I've experienced since this aircraft came out. In fact, I don't think I've ever experienced that. Well, I just thought that might be a recent bug, but in that case, I don't know. Well, I'll show you when we set up the flight plan and we'll see if it happens. So the ADG, it pops out at the front here. I believe it's this little panel here. In case of loss of electrical power. And that is something that is modelled in this aircraft. It's quite cool. If you turn off your engines in flight and turn off the battery, you'll notice this pops out. So that's quite cool. Make sure that is stowed. And then another thing about this is if you pop this out in flight, you can't actually stow it again. You can only stow it on the ground. And you can do that through the EFB here on the maintenance tab, stow ADG. So, yeah, make sure you don't accidentally pop that out in flight because it is quite loud and annoying. Alright, so emergency flap switch we want in the normal position, which is here, which it is in the normal position. Battery master, we can go ahead and just turn that on now. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and turn the external power on as well, which we've already connected, so we could turn that on. Now, one thing to know about this switch here is it's quite difficult to see when it's turned on or not. And the reason I mention that is basically when you come to connecting the external power, after arriving at a gate, if you're on APU power, for example, or engine electrical power, and you connect an external power, a GPU, an external power source, you won't actually be able to see whether it's available or not because this light will not light up. And it won't change to in use either if it is actually being used. So if you come and take a real close look at this switch, you can actually see it's depressed a little bit when it's in use. And if you press it again, it kind of comes flush. It's very difficult to see, but that's one way to tell whether you're going to go onto external power or not when you shut down all of your other power sources. So if you want to obviously simulate things properly and not have a loss of power when you arrive at a gate, then that's something just to look out for. Is the ADG a ram air turbine? Yeah, it's basically the same thing, yeah. Dylan, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well, brother. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we've got external power on. APU at this point you could turn on, but we're not going to do that. I know at least in the UK, generally you're not allowed to sit at a gate with the APU on for noise reasons and pollution reasons. So we're going to leave the APU off, and I think that's fairly standard across Europe. And then AC electrics, we could also look at that as well, but we've got our AC power on here for the external, so that's fine. Then we can come down to this center console, and we're going to turn these two switches here. This is the IRS, basically the same as the IRS on the Airbus, for example. We're going to turn those both to nav. That takes a good few minutes to align, so we're going to leave it and let it do its thing. Emergency equipment checked. Now, again, it's not really something we have to worry about in simulation, but you can see there's a few little bits of emergency equipment actually modelled in here, which is quite nice, but obviously you can't use it. Gear and safety pins on board. Again, not something we need to worry about really. Airplane documents, again, same thing. But obviously you can check that you've got all your correct charts and things like that, especially if you're flying on VATSIM. And then next we would also turn on the hydraulic 3A pump if required. And we don't necessarily need that in this stage, but you could turn it on at this point if you wanted to. But we're going to leave it off for now, and when we do our originating check, we will we'll turn those all on. So that's all you really need to do for the safety checks. If you've got the CRJ, obviously, if you go into the CRJ folder, if you go to your community and then the CRJ folder, go to data and then documentation, you can actually get the safety check checklist that we've just done in this normal ops checklist file here. And that's the only checklist that we're going to do today that's not included in the EFB. So if you did want to refer back to that, you can find it in the Aerosoft CRJ folder within your community. If you downloaded it from the marketplace, you'll need to find, if you know where your community folder is, you can click here on Microsoft Flight Simulator, click on Official, One Store, and then the CRJ folder should be somewhere in here, and it should be called just Aerosoft CRJ, and then you can basically find the same data folder within that to find the documentation. I generally sit at the gate with my APU on. Oops. Yeah, I mean, it varies from country to country, I believe. I mean, I know in the UK, generally, it is generally not allowed to just sit at the gate with your APU on for an extended period of time. But I know it's different in different countries. I think in the US, for example, they're not really too bothered about it. David, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Okay then, cool. So that's our safety checks. So that's all good to go. The next checklist is, well, you would normally do a walk around of the aircraft and external checks, but again, another simism. We don't need to do that here, so we're just going to leave that. And what we'll do is we'll also initialize the FMS at this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to move the yoke out the way first. So you can actually do that by clicking on the checklist here to move the yoke up and down, or you can actually click here on the airspeed placard, and we're just going to move that out the way. So what we're going to do is check the nav database, make sure it's in date, which it is, and obviously the date and time, etc. But it's not too relevant because we're not using live date and time for this tutorial. So we'll click pause in it. Now we want to initialize the position of the aircraft or the flight computers, and we're going to use that. We're going to do that by using a GPS position. You can type in here EDDS, which is obviously the airport position, but that is actually, that's not our current position. That is based on the airport's position, and I can show that later on the charts, but just know that this is not our exact position. It's probably somewhere over in the middle of the airport, like somewhere over here. So it's not accurate. You don't want to use that to initialize the aircraft. You can also type your gate in here as well, and that should give you a fairly accurate position. And I can't see my gate number here. I think we're at number 52, so we could type our gate number in as well, 52 if you really wanted. And that's going to give you a position there, which again is going to be a bit more accurate. In fact, that should be good enough, but we're not going to do that. We're actually going to click next page here, and then we've got GNSS 1 position. That's basically our GPS position. So we're going to use that. We'll click on this button at the left-hand side of it, and that's going to copy it to this bottom part here, which is called our scratch pad. We're going to go previous page, and we're just going to, in this set position, we're going to press on this right button next to it, and that's going to paste it in there. And as you can see, it's very close to our gate position here, very, very close indeed. But this is even more accurate. So that's based on the GPS receiver, and this set position is then going to be used by the flight computers to calibrate the inertial reference system, which is what IRS stands for. Okay, cool. So we're going to leave the flight plan blank for now. That's what we'll come to next. In fact, just for consistency, I'm just going to leave the FMS open on this page so you guys know where we left off. All right, so let's do the originating checks then. So what I like to do for this one is it's quite a long checklist. This you can actually bring it up on the iPad here. Click on checklist, originating, and as you can see, there's a bunch of different items here. Some of them are not really that essential. Most of them are simulated, but some of them are not really that essential because this aircraft doesn't have any real failures with logic built into them, so they're not all entirely necessary. For example, doing the FireX monitor test, but it is simulated, so we can do it. And just for completeness, I'm going to do everything for you on this. Some things are more important than others, but if you just get used to doing them all, you'll be able to fire through them like super rapid. I remember when I first did this, it took me a little while, but there's a good method you can use to kind of make sure you're checking everything through here. All right. Before we do this, actually, sorry if I'm confusing you. Before we do your originating checks, what I want to do is I'll start the loading of the fuel on the aircraft. So you guys will remember on our SimBrief flight plan, up at the top here we have our block fuel, 2979 kilograms. You can also see that here on the flight plan. If you scroll down a little bit, you can see block fuel STR, which is basically the airport code for Stuttgart 2979, and we're going to load that into the aircraft here. So what you can actually do is, rather than loading it through the EFB, which is fine, you can do it that way. If you have a look behind you here, there's a little panel up here, and if we jump up there, what we can do is we can actually load the fuel using this panel. This is what the aircraft would, the captain would normally use to communicate with the ground fueler, and it would basically appear on a little screen, I'm assuming, down by the fueling point on the aircraft, and obviously then they can load it up with the fuel. So what we want to do is, you can basically leave all these switches in their default position. You can click that. That's basically a test, a built-in test for the little panel here. It doesn't actually do anything at this point in time, but I would leave these three in off, and then this knob, leave it where it is. Just, yeah, you don't need to mess with anything on this top row, basically. You can do a lamp test on it as well if you want. So we're going to set this box here. This is the fuel quantity that's on board at the moment, 355. If you actually look on these ICAS displays here, you can see total fuel 355. So we're actually going to use this switch on the left-hand side, increase and decrease, to increase the fuel quantity. We're going to increase that to 2979, which is enough fuel to fly us to Munich and to our alternate if needs be. Now, it's a bit hard to get it exact, so just get it as close as you can. 2995 is good enough for me. It's better to go higher than lower. And then we're going to just click this on off. And then, as you can see, these are going to start loading up. This is the right tank. This is the left tank. And this is the center tank here. So you can see that's loading in, and then if you come to these displays here, you can see the amount of fuel is increasing. So while that loads into the aircraft, we are going to start our originating checks. So back to this checklist, and I'm going to just show you the way that I like to do things for this check, just to kind of keep things quite simple. So if I zoom out like this, the originating check is basically looking at every area of the operational cockpit. So if I do this, so you guys can actually see what's going on, sorry about that. What I tend to do is I will actually, let me just bring up, let's do a bit of drawing here. So what I tend to do is I will tend to do these side panels first. So that's one. I'll look at those first. Hang about. There we go. So I'll look at the side panels first. That's one. And then I'll look at the overheads. That's two. Then I'll look from left to right at these. That's three. And then I'll go four down the middle. And that's in a very basic format. So let's start off. So first of all, we'll look at our oxygen mask. Make sure those are working. You can actually test that. Again, oxygen doesn't really make a difference for us in the sim, but just for completeness. So you can press that. You can see there's a little orange light that appears here to say that it's working. You can hear the flow of oxygen as well. And that's all we really need to check on that side. Then jumping over to the other side, again, same thing. Same thing. And then we want to just check that these two lights here, make sure that they are not illuminated. So like this one, basically. That's it. That's all we need to check on this one. You've obviously got your sky cam here as well, which you can turn on and have a look in the cabin. These are just static images though, so it doesn't really help us too much. I very rarely even use that. So that's that. The data printer doesn't work in this aircraft. So then we are going to go up above. Now, I'm going to just move the camera so it's a bit easier for you guys to see on this. Now, for the overhead panel, the best way to do this, and you might do it like this in other aircraft as well, the best way to do it is to have a flow up and down the panel. So basically, I go a bit like this. So I'll start in the top left here and work my way down, and then up, and then down, like so. Makes it just easy to make sure you're not just darting about all over the place. So, starting in the top left then, we want to make sure that we've obviously established electrical power. We want to make sure these two IDG switches, these are the IDG disconnect switches. So the IDG is an integrated drive generator. This is basically part of the engine. I don't know the exact engineering behind it, but basically it's what transforms energy from the engines into electrical power, basically, for the AC power system. And these two buttons are the disconnect switches. We want to make sure those are both not illuminated, similar to in the Airbus. You want to make sure the lights are out. This is the AC essential bus transfer switch. We want to again make sure that is off. Now I've just clicked that, and you'll notice I can't turn that off again. That's only something that you can mechanically disconnect on the ground. So you can't if you disconnect that in flight, that's gone until you land. So You can reconnect that by clicking maintenance and then this button here. That's going to reconnect it for us. And if I go back up to the top here, you should see that light's now gone out, which it has. We want to make sure these 3 generator switches, so this is for the engine 1 generator, engine 2, and the APU generator. They're all in the auto position. They always stay in the auto position. I never move them from those. And then you've got these 2 switches here, which again, you want to make sure the lights are off and they're pushed in. I believe these are just bus tie switches, if I remember correctly. Now we can do a fire detection test. So this actually appears on this screen here on the top line. It's kind of difficult to see here in the CRJ because of the way it's laid out, but if we pop that out and press this, you can see it pops up fire sys OK, and then you can let go and it'll disappear. That's all you really need to do for that test. Then next up, we've got the hydraulic shut-off valve switches. Again, make sure those are turned off and not illuminated. So for external lights, again, as you would normally do in most aircraft, you want to turn nav lights on and your logo lights on the ground. That's it. That's all we need to do for now. Make sure, obviously, your landing lights and taxi lights are off. Fuel boost pumps, we can leave those off for now. Gravity crossflow. Again, make sure it's not illuminated. All of these buttons don't want to be illuminated here. And your boost pumps are always going to say in op or on. Yeah, make sure they're just orange for now. Your bleed air system, again, all these switches will be in the right position already, but you want to make sure it's normal, auto, and both engines. So basically all 3 of these knobs want to be in the middle. And then you can turn your isolation valve on. Now, the isolation valve is not really something that's used that often in the aircraft, but I believe you would generally turn that on just in case it's required during flight, and it would basically automatically, be on then. So that's that. And just a little bit about this panel. This is obviously to do with your bleed air and the routing of it. So the normal position is routing the bleed air from both engines. Then you can just route it from the left if you want, or just from the right. Obviously this is for in flight when you've got the engine started. Bleed valves, again, automatic, manual, or closed. And then the bleed source here is, again, choosing the source. So you've got APU or either engine. And that is that. All right, great stuff. So, sorry, this bleed air, this top switch is not necessarily the routing. I'm reading it wrongly. Wing anti-ice cross bleed, and yeah, so it's basically. I'm not actually fully sure on that one. I was getting the 2 confused there. So from left or from right, I'm assuming brings the bleed air. Just from one side of the aircraft for the wing anti-ice. All right. APU, we want to make sure that is in the desired position. For now, off is fine. All the engine starters, we want them off, and no lights illuminated again. And the continuous ignition, again, we want that to be off. So that's all good. Now we can do a quick test on the hydraulic system. So we'll come down here and click the hydraulic page. And we'll pop this out like so, just so we can see it while we're up above. Like so. And then what you would do is you turn all of the hydraulic systems on. So 1, 2, and 3B. 3A and 3B are part of the same system. As you can see. However, only one will work at once. Or only one will sort of output at once. And yeah, so make sure all the system pressurizes, which it does, and then we can turn the number 1 system to auto, number 2 to auto, and number 3 to auto. And the third system is going to stay pressurized because we've got 3A on. 3A is an electronic hydraulic pump. Now we've got the electrical power supplied to the aircraft by the ground power unit, so that is now going to be active. You can see it's going to stay pressurized, and if we actually pop outside the aircraft, that whirring sound you can hear, the sort of low-pitched one, not the high-pitched one, is the hydraulic system that has now been pressurized. So we can close that off, bring that back to the original page by clicking Stat here, and then we're going to go back up top. Now again, some of this stuff is superfluous, like we don't really need to test the hydraulic system, we don't really need to do the FireX test. A lot of these switches are going to be in the right place again when you first come to set up the aircraft, so try not to get too overwhelmed with this stuff, but it's good to understand how it all works. But at the end of the day, like I say, most of these are going to be in the right position for you to begin with. For example, you know, these are all going to be always in the right place for you when you first start up the aircraft. So are all of these. This is entirely optional. You don't really need to put that in the open position. It's just a realistic thing to do. And these are always going to be off when you first start up the aircraft, as are all of these. So again, don't get too overwhelmed by it, but it's just good to know the flows and the processes, so you know how to troubleshoot things if you accidentally press a button and you can't work out what's going wrong. Right, again, so coming up to the top right now, as we've worked down here, we've worked down here. ELT, sorry, I missed that one. That's always in the armed position, and the passenger oxygen button can be guarded and off. Cabin pressurization, don't need to mess with that just yet, although in real operations what you would do is set this to your departure airport elevation. Now we can actually just get that from looking at these tape here. You can get it on these charts as well, but we're not using charts for this tutorial. I know the QNH is 1012 because this is a preset that I set up myself, so I'm just going to set that real quick, and I can see the airport elevation is just over 1,300 feet. So if we look at this screen again, make sure you press the stat button if you're not on this screen, pop that out, and then we can jump up top like so. Oh god, that's a bit close, isn't it? We can jump up top like so, and then use this knob and see the landing elevation here. We can set that to 1,300. Hold shift on your keyboard if you feel like the switch goes, if you feel like the knob goes a bit slow. Set that to 1,300, and then close that off. That's what you would do on normal ops, but again, there's no failures built into this aircraft, so it's unlikely you'll ever have to return to your departure destination, your departure airport in this aircraft. Normally we want to set it to our destination, but we'll do that when we get in cruise. Okay, next up, again, make sure these lights are off, make sure this switch is in the middle and the manual rate is in full decrease, so this little arrow is pointing all the way to the left, not over this side, like that. Again, they will be in that position by default. You can go ahead and turn the air conditioning packs to on. They're going to display fault because we've got no bleed air at the moment, so that's fine. We'll turn the recirculation fan on. Again, that's going to come on only when we have bleed air, but we'll turn it on now. These three buttons, we want those all to be not lit. These two are just basically temperature rockers for the cargo hold air conditioning system, and then these are for the cabin and cockpit temperatures again, and that's fine. You can obviously set those as you wish, and they will change here. If you go to ECS, pop this one out here, come up top again, you can see if you change these knobs here, you can see the selected temperature will change. And then obviously at the moment the packs aren't on, which is part of the air conditioning system. So at the moment the actual temperature in here is -5 degrees. Holy crap. I forget that this weather preset that I'm using is quite a cool one. So so that's that. Obviously set that as you wish. Again, it doesn't really make any difference in the sim. It's the operation of the aircraft, but obviously you want to have the packs on in normal ops at the very minimum. All right, next up we want to turn, we want to leave the anti-ice off. We're not expecting to have to use that. We'll turn the windshield heat, however, to low. We'll turn those both to low. There is actually a test button here. I don't think I've ever actually pressed that. I'm not sure if that one even is simulated. Let's just try it real quick. Oh god, there we go. Pretty sure it actually shows on the right screen, not the left. If it's going to show at all. I don't think that button's actually modelled, to be quite honest. Anyways, so windshield heat to low, and then we'll leave everything else as it is for now. This light needs to be off. This is basically just showing you if ice is being detected on the aircraft, and you can test it by pressing it in. I believe that actually shows on the ICAS as well. I'm not sure if that's modded in yet or not. It should say ice here in magenta, but I don't think that one's actually been modded in. It just appears up there. Alright, and then you can dome light. You can set your lights as you wish. This is the dome light. It's very dim, but you might want it on at night. And then standby compass light, you can have that dim or on or off. I usually put it on. And then the overhead dial here is for the sort of background lighting on this panel. You've got two of the little dome lights here as well, but I personally find those they just distract me because they're right in your vision when you're trying to fly the aircraft. So I leave those off, and then passenger signs, we have got fuel on board now. It's probably finished loading, so we're going to stick the seatbelt signs to on, and then we'll put the no smoking signs to auto. In fact, we'll put them on. You'll probably have them always on a flight now in this day and age. So both of those on, and then emergency lights, we can put those to arm. Great stuff. And speaking of fuel, just whilst I remember, you can see that stopped loading now. We've got our total figure in there. 2995 total. We can check that there. So we can go ahead and just turn this off now. And then we'll come back to dealing with the fuel a little bit later on. So, as you remember, we worked down there second, and then third we're going to go left to right here. So if you've not already, you will want to set your QNH by using this knob here. That changes it here. If you want to change it between hectopascals or inches of mercury, you can press on this button here and that changes it. That might be obviously based on if you're flying in the US or Europe. So we're going to leave it on hectopascals, and 1012 I know is the correct reading. You can also press B on the keyboard to toggle between standard pressure and the current pressure reading. Obviously, again, making sure the nose wheel steering is armed. At night, you might want to turn some of these lights up here. And then that's all we really need to do there for now. We'll come to cover these a bit more detail as we get the system set up. Right, and then in the middle here, there's a few tests you can do, but generally I don't really touch many of these in normal flights. So you want to make sure the anti-skid system is armed. This button is just the which one is this one now? I can't actually remember, to tell you the truth. This is basically a reset for a warning. I think it's brake temperature something overheat warning reset. So if you have like a high brake temperature warning, you can press this and it will get rid of it. But anyway, you don't need to press that pretty much ever. So, and then obviously you want to make sure this light is off. Anti-skid is armed, and then you can do a main landing gear bay overheat test.
Gear bay overheat.
You get an oral warning there, and then up here on the ICAS display, you will get a warning displayed.
Overheat.
You can do the same on this side as well. This is just a caution, so it appears in yellow here. That's the overheat test warning fail. So that's just to warn you that the sensor has failed basically in there. Not that it's actually overheated. You want to sync the engines to N1, leave that position, that switch as it is. High power schedule, you always want that off. In the real aircraft, that is a big no-no. Never press that button. I think some CRJs in real life actually have that button removed from them. Manacle, welcome back. Yeah, still on the ground indeed. Yep, we're just explaining everything through here as we go along. FDR event, never need to press that. To be honest, I'm not actually sure what that does, but don't press it. Lamp test, you can switch that to number 1 if you want, and then it's basically just testing all the annunciator lights in the aircraft. You'll notice on system 1 the autopilot only lights up on the left side, and then if you switch to system 2 it'll light up on the right hand side, and that's it really. So we'll go back to the middle, and then you can choose the brightness of the lights. I usually have them on bright. Ground proximity, make sure these are not lit. Then coming down further, we want to next make sure on the throttle quadrant that these two are in. These are not actually simulated, so it doesn't matter what position these are in, but you want to make sure that obviously they're in and basically in the proper position, not rotated to the side or anything like that. You want your spoilers in the auto position. Pretty much always use them in auto position. That's going to extend the spoilers when you land, basically. Want to make sure at this point the thrust reversers are off and the throttle quadrant itself is in the shut-off position. And this is just metric altimeter, so you can turn that on if you want to have meters on here. Generally, I'll leave that off. And then coming down to the lower pedestal, we're basically going to go down this like we did on the overhead panel. So we're going to go down here first, and then we're going to go up the middle, and then down the right hand side. So we're going to go like that, and like that. Yo, Wayne, welcome to the chat. Yeah, no worries at all. Thank you very much for dropping a like on the stream. Much appreciated, dude. Much appreciated. Thank you, dude. Hopefully work is okay for you. Manacle says, that's great. An in-depth tutorial. I'll look for a replay for sure. Yeah, no worries at all, dude. Yeah, this should be not a bad one to watch back on the replay. I can sense it's been quite long already. How long have we been? We've already been an hour and 22, and we haven't even really started on the FMS yet. So yeah, I might we'll see how it goes. We'll definitely get one flight in there. I'm just thinking we might not have time for the return leg, but let's see. So that's what we're going to do initially. So we'll start here at the RTU, which is radio tuning panel, and don't really need to do anything here. Obviously, if you've got a squawk code, you can put it in here by using this knob. We're going to leave it on 2000, however. You can also mess with the transponder here, so you can turn altitude reporting on or off. Usually I just leave it on, and that's it really. You can change between squawk and flight ID. I've never actually used that though, so just leave it on squawk. Next up, we're going to go to TCAS. We'll turn that on. We're going to select above only, so we don't need below for our departure. Traffic is going to be on, and then in auto mode, that means basically when we turn the transponder on, the TCAS will come on, and when we take off, it will change to TARA automatically, which is nice. And we can also click test here, so it goes back to TCAS and then test. That's then going to run a little test. You can see it actually appears here on the screen. And then if I be quiet for a second, you'll be able to...
System test OK.
You can hear a little test OK sound as well. So that's that. Then coming to this next panel here, this is the absolute bane of my life, this radio panel. Basically, yeah, it's a bit funky when you're using it on VATSIM, but if you're using the in-game ATC, just leave it as it is, basically. You don't really need to mess with this. If you're using the in-game ATC, it does it all for you, so I would just not mess with this too much. In real life, you could also test your oxygen mask microphone by switching this to mask, and you can test it that way, but again, that's completely superfluous for a sim. This is your weather radar, obviously making sure it's off still. That's fine. Obviously, you can turn it on here when this is implemented, once you've pushed back and whatnot, but we're leaving it, and we're not really going to touch this too much, but that's where it is. We'll next turn the standby little radio here to standby. So that's that. You've got a couple of buttons here which you can inhibit the RTUs, the radio tuning units. You can basically just turn them on and off if you wanted to. You can also do that switch there, which basically prevents the FMS from... That's got a radio page as well. You can actually have that so that it doesn't actually tune it into these radios, which I've never used. So I'm going to leave it like that in the up position. Right, and then we want to turn the stab trim on. So this is going to start clearing out some of our cautions here. So if we have a look by going next page here. Sorry, that's the wrong one. We bring up CAS. There we go. So that's going to bring up our next page. You can see stab trim is still a caution. Pressing those in, it just gets rid of it there. And you can actually see spoiler / stab in test. Now, one thing I will say about the stab trim is I don't think it's actually... This button is not actually simulated. It's literally just a superficial warning that appears there. So it's not properly simulated, so if you miss that one, I wouldn't worry too much, but I always just press it. It takes a second. Mac trim, you can turn that one on as well. That's going to get rid of the message again on there. These two knobs, I've never moved these from the normal position. You want to always keep them in normal. And to be quite honest with you, I can't actually tell you what those ones do, but they're not at all needed for normal ops. They're display fan and avionics fans, so I'm assuming it is something to do with the cooling on the various different avionics and displays and things like that. Maybe. I might be wrong about that. So up top here, this is this little panel here is all linked to these two displays. So again, you can use this CAS button to switch between your messages here, and then these other buttons will basically manipulate what is on this right-hand side screen. Flight deck door, you can have it unlocked or auto or whatever. Aileron trim, now in the real aircraft you would just do a little test here and just flick the trim switch to the right and to the left. So I'm actually just going to bring that up there. I'll do that for you real quick. So you can actually switch, move the aileron trim here. You can see the ailerons moving. And then we can move them back. We want that to be nice and centered. So we've got free movement there. We can do the same with the rudder. Like so. You can see that moving here. Bit of a faff to get this rudder back to the center. There we go. And then lighting again, set that as preference, yaw damper. Now this is one that you do want to make sure you pay attention to. You can see on the CAS display that it is displayed here, yaw damper. This needs to be on. Now if you don't have that on, you'll find once you get in flight, you can see it's disappeared. Once you get in flight, you won't be able to turn the autopilot on, so make sure you turn that one on. This is just to call the cabin if you need to. I don't think they actually work, to be honest. They just light up, no sounds. Obviously, there's no real cabin crew. And then next up, we've got these sort of display reversion knobs, I believe they're called, something like that. But basically, just means you can sort of mess with these, what information is displayed on these displays and from what source, etc. In case you lost one of those systems. Again, leave them all in normal position. You shouldn't need to use those ever. But again, if you have some funky stuff going on with your displays, it is quite easy just to knock that like that. And then wonder why, for example, it says ADC2 on this display, for example. You can come back here and just do that. Again, same with this and things like that. You know, it's just useful to know what they are and what they do. I'll watch this back when I get a minute. I want to learn so I can fly with that silly man Marine Ali. Fair play, Wayne. Yeah, dude, by all means, come back and watch it. It'll be on my YouTube and on, well, it'll be on all my channels, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, if you want to watch it back. Espen says, hello. Hello, Espen. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the chat. He says, loving all the details. Keep it going. Yeah, that's the plan. Glad you're enjoying it. FDR event is for the flight data recorder. If you hold it for 2 seconds, it will create an event on the FDR record. Got you. Right. Cool. Was that something I already looked at? I don't think I looked at that one yet, did I? Yeah, I'm not sure if I actually did the flight data recorder yet. Oh, FDR event right there. Okay, yeah, apologies. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Mike. Nice one. Yeah, so that's this one, guys. FDR event for the flight data recorder. Hold it for 2 seconds, it will create an event on the FDR record. Again, not necessarily entirely necessary for simulation purposes. Obviously, we can't access the flight data recorder, but that's that one. I wonder if that one's actually simulated. Let's see what happens. Yeah, nothing. Okay, cool. So, up then to the final strip here. Again, this RTU is just basically the same as the left-hand side. It's just you know, it's just a separate system, but it works in the same way. The TCAS, we can change that, but we're going to be using the left-hand side for most ops today, so we don't really need to mess with this too much. It can be quite useful to use this side if you want to tune other frequencies, especially if you're using VATSIM. You can have other frequencies ready to go on this side. But one thing to bear in mind is that the radio panels are not really working that well on VATSIM at the moment in terms of being able to transmit through two sides at different times. So I would, for now, just stick to using the left side for VATSIM, but in the future, you know, it might be good to use both. Again, coming down on the right side here, you've got the, you know, the weather radar again on this right side for the first officer's display. You've got a heads-up guidance system here, panel. Now, you can change some of this stuff on here, but to my knowledge, for the testing that I've done, it doesn't actually change anything. So the heads-up display is right here. I very rarely use this, to be honest, but you can use this to basically change between some different modes on there. So you can basically enter in a few different details. Now, I very rarely use it, so I can't quite remember exactly all the little things you can do, but in a nutshell, it doesn't actually do that much at the moment. I'm not sure if they're planning to change it so it's more functional in the future, but for now it doesn't. So just to give you a quick rundown, this act button is the current mode. The standby button is the mode that's going to be in standby. You can find more information about this in the manual. So for example, TO is takeoff mode. You can put that into the top there by pressing enter there. And it should change a few things on here, but I've tested it. I don't think it actually does change anything. And then, for example, you can also change a few things like your runway length here. That's that one. And then you can change your glide slope as well. Now, again, like I say, these items don't actually do anything, so I'm just going to do nothing with those. And I can't deselect this now. There we go. Okay. So that's fine. That's the heads-up display. Again, that panel, it doesn't really correlate with this at the moment, so I wouldn't worry too much about that little panel down there. I would just leave it default, and if you want to use a heads-up display, that is about as good as you're going to get what is displayed by default. And then you've got the Cargo FireX system here. All the lights should be out there. That's fine. And then at the very, very bottom here, just check in again. We've already checked this stuff, but emergency flaps, normal. ADG control units, we can test that, see if the light comes on, that's fine. Make sure these two are stowed, and the parking brake is set. So that is that done. And then just a final quick test, we can actually just come in front here, and we can test the cockpit voice recorder. Hold that down for 5 seconds. The light will come on. There you go. And we can also do an oral warning test by pressing... in fact, before we do the oral warning test, we'll do a stall warning test. So we'll pop this guy back up. We can do a stall... We can do a stall warning test by unguarding this switch and pressing it. You can see you've got the stick shaker that starts moving. You'll see here on the displays, you've got continuous ignition on that right display there. I can't quite show it because I'm just holding down with the mouse, but you can see continuous ignition at the top below parking brake. And if you go up to the top here as well, you should see the continuous ignition light come on there, that white light. And that's a stall warning test. And then you can click on this one here, which is going to do the ground proximity warning system and the oral warning test. So you can hear that ongoing in the background. All right, there we go. So that is the originating checks. So you can now come over to your checklist, and you can actually go through this all and just say, you know, checked, etc. Everything is now complete on there. We didn't check the clocks, actually. That's one thing we didn't do, but... it's right there. We're not using live time, so it's not entirely necessarily on this flight. So there you go. That is the originating checklist. Anyone who's following along in the chat, any questions, anything like that that I can answer before we go on to the next phase of the flight? Zack Attack, welcome back to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Skins for Life, welcome to the chat. Hope you do well. F14 Tomcat finally out on Xbox. Yeah, it came out yesterday, didn't it? Yeah. Awesome stuff. Yeah. Did you pick it up? What about my flight? Well, it's on the list, Zach. I've had this stream planned for over a week now, so this is what we're doing today. All good so far on Ace's side. Don't know if anyone else got any questions. We'll just continue. Okie dokie then. So next up is the before start checklist. Now we're not going to do that just yet because we do have to set our FMS. So we'll do that now. I'm going to just move the spoiler lever out the way just to make things a bit easier. So first of all, we'll basically pick things up where we last left off, so at the pause init page. Just before I continue here, let's just pick up a few of the chat messages here. Zack Attack, okay, yeah, no worries. Hi, what airport is this? This is Stuttgart. Added to the sim by Asobo, free in the world update. It's looking very, very fine indeed. EDDS if you need the code. Skins for Life says he's going to get the F14, the F15 and the A10. Beautiful. Awesome. Well, I hope you enjoy, mate. I would personally not have too high expectations for the A10. I've heard a lot of bad things about it. But the F14 and the F15 should be very, very nice indeed. All right, cool. So let's get the FMS set then. So first of all, we are going to, you'll probably be left on this page. So we're going to press flight plan here. You can also get to this by pressing this button here, flight plan. Does the same thing. Our origin is going to be EDDS, which is Stuttgart, and our destination is EDDM for Munich. Yeah, PM Pilot. Yeah, it is really cool. They've done a really, really nice job with it, actually. Really, really nice. Same with all the airports, actually, from this this update. Really, really cool. So again, for this part, we're going to actually be referring back to our flight plan on SimBrief here. So I'll bring that up for you guys. Hopefully you can read that okay. So EDDS to EDDM. You can actually find this again, obviously, on the flight plan itself. If you scroll down a bit, you can see it all here. This is basically everything on our routing. So EDDS runway 07, EDDM 08 left, and then in the middle is our routing. So we're going to put in to the FMS here, we're going to put in next our alternate, which you can also find here, which is right here. LSZH, runway 28 is expected. You can also find it at the top here as well. Alternate LSZH. So we're going to put that in here. LSZH, that's our alternate. And then originating runway is going to be 07. So we'll put 07 and then stick that in there. And then our flight number we said was CLH. Again, you can find this at the top here, very top left. 2147. We'll stick that in there. And that's all we're going to do for that page. We don't need to stick a route in or a tour because we're going to put in a departure route, a SID, standard instrument departure. You could actually load a SimBrief route in from here, but I'm not going to go into that. I've done another video on it. If you look on my YouTube channel, there is a video on importing flight plan from SimBrief into the CRJ. But for completeness sake, we're not going to do that in this instance. Mariner also recommending the A10 is crap and don't buy that one. I think I'll wait on the A10 because I know DC Designs is making one as well. Oh, are they? Right, okay. Well, I would definitely wait for that then. I would definitely wait for that. I've heard many bad things about the A10 that's currently in the marketplace. By the way, you can make me mod. I mean, generally, I if I'm going to mod someone, one, I have to have a need for it, which I don't at the moment on YouTube. And two, it would have to be someone who's obviously been watching the channel for and interacting with the chat for quite some time. So I'm not really in the position that I would need a mod at the moment. Skins for Life says, and they're good quality products. Yeah, the DC design stuff definitely is good quality. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so that's the flight plan page. So we're going to click execute, and then we're going to click next page. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start putting in our routing. So if I scroll down again, this is the route we want, and this is also going to be at the top of the page here for us if you want to have it a little bit clearer, but it's good to kind of get used to how the flight plan is laid out here at the bottom. So this is what we're going to take in to the FMS here. So you can do this one of two ways. You can put in the en route portion of your flight. You can put it in here. But what we're going to do first of all is, if you have a look at the routing here, we've got this Abtel 4H, and then we've got this Rockhill 1A at the end. Now, what they are is that's a departure route and an arrival route. So anything that you see that has this kind of format where it has a word and then a number and then a letter, usually, it's a departure or an arrival route. That's not a waypoint that you can just put in. So I would, I usually put the departure route in first. So what we're going to do is, it doesn't matter if you press next page here. We're going to click on departure and arrival. We've already got runway 07 selected because we already put that in. And we are just going to click on the left here, ABTA 4 Hotel, which is our departure. It's called a SID, Standard Instrument Departure, and then we're going to click Execute. Then you can use this button at the bottom right here, Flight Plan, to go back to where we just were. And you can see it's filled in some more of the information here, and then if we press Next Page, you can see it's got the departure route in there, and it's highlighted in magenta because that's the first part of the flight plan. Have I ever been a pilot in real life? I've flown a plane in a small plane in real life a couple of times for a very short amount of time. But I've I'm not a trained pilot or anything. Okay, so if we look on our routing here, you can see this is our en route portion. Abtal is our first waypoint, which we already have in there. So all we need to do is enter in the next part of the route, which is Lima 173 and then Rixed. Now there's two parts to this part of the routing, and one is the airway, which is Lima 173, and Rixed is the fix that we're going to, or the waypoint. Now you can think of the airway as like a road, and the waypoint is like a junction on the motorway, and or the highway, depending on if you're in America or not. And that's how this is going to go. Sometimes you will just go direct between 2 points, so you won't actually have an airway. But a lot of the times you will have an airway. So how that works here is you put the airway on the right and the fix or the waypoint on the right hand side. Sorry, the airway on the left, fix on the right. So what we're going to do is we'll put in Lima 173 on the left, and then on the right we're going to put in Rixed, like so. And then next one is Yankee 161, and then we're going to put in Lelta, like so. And then finally it's Tango 107 to Rockhill. There we go. So that's it. And then we can click execute. And then finally, we'll click back on the departures and arrivals page. We'll press it again. So it brings up this menu, and then we'll click arrival. We're going to put in our arrival now, so we've got an accurate fuel calculation. So we're going to select the runway first and then the arrival procedure. So always select the runway first, which is going to be 08 left. And we are going to choose the Rockhill 1 Alpha arrival, which is here. We can find that by going to next page. You'll know when there's a next page because it says 2 out of 3 or some kind of number at the top rather than 1 out of 1. And I've just pressed execute there by accident, but that's fine. We're going to just select Rokill 1 Alpha. We'll select vectors and we'll click execute. Now, it's quite confusing sometimes arriving in to German airports. In my experience, because there's a lot of complicated transitions and things like that. So we're just going to use vectors, and if you have Navigraph or you're willing to look at the charts for an amount of time, you can work this stuff out. But again, for this tutorial, I'm just going to leave that off for simplicity's sake. Alright, so we've got our routing in. Now, what is a good idea to do at this point is just to check through the routing. So we're going to click on the legs page and just make sure it all makes sense. So scrolling through here, we're going to go next page, and we're just looking at all the points here. And if you've got the charts, you can compare these to the charts. We're going to assume they're correct because they most likely are. The main thing I'm looking for here is just discontinuities like this, which is something we want to look for. So we've got a Rokill here, and then we've got a discontinuity, and then we've got Rokill again. So we don't need both of those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this Rokill because you can see this has a restriction on it, and we want to keep that in mind on the arrival. So I'm going to copy that one basically just by clicking next to it. That's going to actually copy that row, and now I'm going to come up to this Rokill and put it on top so that you can see it's copied it up there, and the discontinuity is now gone. So I'm going to click execute, and that's then going to get rid of that. Then from there we're going to get rid of this discontinuity. So we've got a vector leg because we selected vectors, if you remember correctly, and then we've got Magat, which is the initial fix for the runway. We're going to copy that and just basically paste it. Let me just have a quick look here. I want to make sure I'm getting this correct for you guys. One second. Don't worry too much about what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to make sure this all makes sense and it's going to be easy to follow. For you guys watching the tutorial. Okay, so what we want to do is we're just going to make this route a little bit simpler because you can see this route actually continues to the east here and then comes back on itself for the runway 08 left. So we're actually just going to go direct between Rokill and Magat, just to keep it simple for us for this tutorial. So we'll come back to the legs page here, and we've already selected Magat on the left. If you've not done that already, you can click it again. I'm just going to clear that out and just click it again. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take Magat and we're going to drop it on top of Mike here, MIQ. And that is then going to create Rokill direct to Magat. And then we'll click execute. So that is the discontinuities dealt with, and we should have a fully drawn route now in the FMS. Oh, bollocks, the fuzz pad is still up. My bad. My bad. This game, no cap. I can't tell the difference between real life and video games. It's crazy what tech we are at now. Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, really, really good. Fuzzpad is still up. Yeah, apologies for that, Chris. I don't know if you missed anything there. Let me know if you did. I can go through it again, no problems. So you don't actually delete the discontinuities, you just replace the waypoints. Yeah, basically, you don't need to delete them. You can delete them, although I don't think I've ever done that in this aircraft. I think deleting them is generally just, that's an Airbus thing, I think. In this aircraft, you just basically just select the one you want and put it upwards, basically. You lost. Your flight plan is slightly different. Oh no. What part of it is different, Asa? So after I did the discontinuity, after we moved Rokill up and removed that discontinuity, what I did then was I selected Magat, and then I moved that up and placed it on top of a waypoint that's no longer there, but it's basically it was called MIQ. I placed it on top of there. Let me know what's wrong anyway, and I'll see if we can work it out. But what I would normally do at this point now then is I'm going to use this outer dial here. This is the view you'll be on by default. This is the outer knob is just basically changing what you see on this right-hand side navigation display. So what we're going to do is we are just going to use this this is the this outer knob. We're going to click it right once, and this is going to show the plan view here for the route. And then what you want to do is click on MFD Advanced like this, and then you can click Next Waypoint, and this is just going to scroll through the whole route, and you want to just make sure it makes sense. So we're going to the east, so looks good, and make sure there's no breaks in the line, and there you go. So that all looks good. Great stuff. Fantastic. So let's see here. So Acer says flight plan's slightly different. Right. It looks like you've got a different arrival route to me. What I'll do is I'll just paste my en route portion of the routing into the chat for you, and hopefully that will help you. Hey Troyden, welcome to the chat, brother. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Says not in database. Oh no. Okay. Right. That may be because of this of the difference in nav databases potentially. So, I mean, what I would just try and do as best as you can is just try and make sure that you just clear out the discontinuities, similar to how I did. And just try and make sure you've got a relatively smooth routing. It doesn't matter if it's exactly the same. But if you just try and make it so you're not going back on yourself, that should make things just a bit easier for the tutorial. Or alternatively, if you want to just try a route that is basically... I did exactly the same thing as this in the tutorial video series that I did on the YouTube channel. So if you want to sort of see a routing that that you can copy like for like, maybe just have a check through there. But it's a very, very similar thing that I did there compared to what I've just done now. So yeah, hopefully you can get something working that way. Troyden says, do you ever try to see me fly in this game too? No, I haven't actually, Troyden. No, no. Which channel of yours is it on? I'll have to check it out. Also, Jack Beale, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Sorry I missed that a little earlier. Just a little bit trying to get everything explained here. Okay, so that's our legs page all sorted basically. We can click back now on flight plan. And our next page is actually shown here in the bottom right. Conveniently, we can click perf in it, and we're going to start filling this out now. So our cruise altitude is going to be flight level 170. Now, what I'm actually going to do just for the tutorial just to make it a bit easier and to give us a little bit more time, I'm actually just going to go flight level 150 for this one. So we'll put in F150, that's going to put that in for us. And then what we can also do is bring up the flight plan once again. Now this alternate cruise altitude, again, you don't really need to put this in because it's unlikely you're ever going to use it, but you can find this on this section of the flight plan here, where it says FL 300. So that's going to be our alternate cruise altitude. So we'll put that in like so. Now the rest of this information we can get from the flypad. So we'll just do that. And then we are going to come back to this iPad here. We'll click on performance. Now, you guys may remember we obviously loaded in fuel using this panel, and we've got that all loaded in, 2995 total kilograms of fuel. So what we want to do is we actually want that to be part of our calculation here on the iPad. So what we're going to do is we're going to click init fuel from aircraft, and that's basically going to just change this figure. So if you watch the figure and this green dot, it should change. So if I click here, there you go, we've got our fuel in there. So that's all calculated for us. We've got an accurate takeoff trim and things like that. So what we're going to do is you can actually just copy all this data here. You can copy it in and just type it in manually if you really wish. But what we're going to do is we're actually just going to click this button here, copy perf init data to FMS. Click that, and then that is all going to be populated there for us. So that is all good. You can double check your zero fuel weight, 26380. That's what we put in earlier. In fact, that is slightly different, 26040. Oh, okay, so that is slightly different for some reason. Now, I think it's then something may have changed in one of the recent updates, but it's not much different, so we're still just going to roll with it. That's fine. So then we're going to go to next page. Now this stuff again is more for your fuel calculation. What I tend to just do is put in the cruise wind. So you can find that here on the flight plan again. So I'll just bring that back up real quick. You can find your average wind component here, 210/7. So we're going to go 210/7. However, we are using a weather preset for this, so I'm actually going to leave that off completely for this flight, because again, this information in the flight plan here on SimBrief is based on real-world weather. And then next page, we don't really need to fill this out, but if you wanted to, you could put in an estimated time of departure, and that's just going to give you a calculation of your destination arrival time and fuel remaining. So that's that one done. Let me just catch up with the chat here real quick. Let's see. Look it up. It's under my main, just called Troyden. I streamed it. Search Troyden playing Flight Sim 2020. Watch it while you're in cruise state. I will try. Yeah, I was just trying to do a tutorial on this stream today, so I don't know if I'll have too much time free in the cruise, but I'll certainly check it out at some point. And if we do have time, I'll check it out. But I'll be certain to drop you a comment on there if I don't have time during the stream today. Okie dokie. So from Perfinit, we're going to click on VNAV setup, and you should never really need to change these two left boxes. So what is this? This is basically going to be your speed below 10,000 feet here. You can add another one in there below it if you really wanted, but no real need to do that. Although having said that, this aircraft is just manual thrust. There's no auto thrust, so this is more just a calculation for the VNAV. It's not going to keep to this speed if you put it in there. It's just more of a calculation situation. Transition altitude, you can get this on your charts. In Germany, it's 5,000 feet. One thing I do tend to do, though, however, is in the options here, you can go to next page. I have this on, automatically set transition level and altitude. I have that on, so it sets it automatically for me, because, I mean, I can easily check the charts, but why not have it set it automatically? I think the real aircraft actually does do that in some models anyway, so that's fine. We'll go to our next page. Again, it should be filled out already with our cruising flight level. We filled that in on the last page, so that's fine. And then this is the descent profile. Again, just checking it, making sure it's as it should be. This is what you should see. Vertical path angle here, VPA 3 degrees is fine, and the transition flight level is 50. Again, we're staying within Germany here, so that is all good. So that is pretty much the FMS all set up now. Pretty much all you need to do on a normal flight. So that is that all good. And well, you can actually use both of these separately here. So what you might do is, if you're flying on VATSIM, stick the radio page on this side, have the legs page on this side maybe. It's all personal preference really. And then what we're going to do is we'll just go to MFD menu while we're here, and we'll click this, use this window thing here, and click that to on, and that's just going to display our next waypoint here, along with our destination and time remaining on this screen. Just not handy to have really. And you can also select anything you want on here as well. I'm just going to have airports and speed and altitude on, just to display any restrictions on departure, although I know for a fact there isn't any on this particular flight. You can turn on the missed approach as well. Usually I'll turn that on just before I descend, but I'm just going to turn it on now for the sake of it. And that's that one. You can also change this stuff here. So this range alt selected is basically just going to be a green line that shows you when you're going to level off. I always have that on. That's very useful. And that is that. So that is the CDU more or less set up. Any questions in the chat, feel free to drop them in there. I'm just going to nip to the loo 1 second, and I will be back in just a moment. right. We're back. We're back. Asa asks, can't I import it from SimBrief? Yes, you can, yeah. As I mentioned a little bit earlier on, there is another video on my channel where you can, well, it basically just tells you how to import it from SimBrief. So it can be done, yeah. But like I say, just for completeness, I was just avoiding that for this flight. But yes, certainly can. Oh, look at that. We've got another CRJ there. Beautiful. Awesome. Right, okay then, guys. So, excuse me, that's the flight computers all started up and, well, all the information input that they need. You need to clear the mess that you have. Oh, okay. So that's actually not too difficult to do, actually. What you need to do is just go back to... let me see if I can remember how to do this. If you go to the index page and then to status... let me see if I can remember how to do it. I think if you just delete your origin airport from your flight plan, it should just remove all of the flight plan. If I remember correctly, that might be incorrect. I actually forget how to do it. You could also go to your secondary flight plan. I assume that's empty. If you click on your secondary flight plan and then activate, that'll just move that over to the actual flight plan, and it'll make it completely blank again. I'm currently in transit at Schiphol, Amsterdam. It is always great being able to enjoy some CRJ content. Hey, no worries at all, Thomas. Thank you. Welcome to the chat, nevertheless. I hope you're doing well. Alright, let me know how you get on with that, Asa. That should sort it for you. Yeah, Henrik, that is how you do the SimBrief import in a nutshell. Yeah, missing a few steps nevertheless, but yeah, that is essentially how you do it. And like I say, Asa, if you want to find out how to do the SimBrief import, there's a video on my channel on YouTube. I can get you a link to it if you want. It's only about 8 minutes long, I think. It's really a pretty short process. So if you wanted to just do that, then I'll see if I can find it real quick. There we go. 10 minutes long, but yeah, it should be fairly straightforward. But unfortunately, this aircraft doesn't sort of connect to the internet like the A32NX, for example, so there's a few more steps you have to do. All right, cool. So we have input everything into the flight, the CDU now, or the FMS, whatever you want to call it. So we're going to turn on the flight directors. I've got my flight directors synced, so they both turn on both sides. If they don't turn on both sides, you can just, in the settings options page here, you can have them synced up, which is this synchronization. This will also synchronize up the altimeter or barometer units. Oh, have I just clicked that by accident? There we go, synchronize, save. And that is that. So we'll turn our flight directors on. Like I say, that's going to bring up the flight directors on each screen. What we'll also do as well is we'll set our cruise altitude here using the autopilot panel. So 15,000, flight level 150, we'll set there. What we'll also do as well, whilst we remember, is we'll set our takeoff trim. So 7.4 is what we need to use. You can see here on this right hand side display we're on 7.5, so I'll just click that to 7.4 there. So that is all set, and that is pretty much everything. What we'll also do as well, now we've got all our data in here, we want to set our V speed. So what you can do is you can actually set them using this button here, set all, and you can press that and it'll basically just transfer them all here. You can see you've got your V speeds here. But if that breaks your immersion too much, you can set them manually using this knob here. So if you twist this to the right where it says ref V speeds, and you can actually just press this in and see how it pops up with V1 here. You can press this button to switch between the different speeds, and you can set it using the knob there, and then press it in again to set it. But I'm lazy, so I'm going to click set all, and then that's going to, as you can see, set all of the speeds there. So you've got V1, VR, V2, and VFTO, which is VT. And then you've got 146 in there, which is our V2 plus 10 speed, which is generally what you should aim for on the initial rotate. But it doesn't usually pan out that way, as you'll see once we get going. So that's pretty much everything set. We are pretty much good to go ahead and do the before start checklist now. So any questions before we go any further? Let me know in the chat. I'm going to bring up the before start checklist now anyway. Okay. So before start checklist, passenger signs on. We turned those on earlier when we did the refueling, after we finished the refueling. Usually, like I say, you would only turn them on after you've refueled, just in case there's any issues whilst you're refueling and you need to get the passengers off quickly. Landing elevation is set. We did that earlier, as you may remember. Set that to 1,300. Altimeters is set to 1012 QNH. FMS is checked and set. We've just done that. IRS are aligned, and nav, as you can see, they're all nicely aligned now. We've got all the data here showing on both screens, and that is all good. Obviously, when we first started the aircraft, you may remember it didn't quite look like this, which is showing that the FMS isn't quite aligned. Okay. Next up is the radios and nav aids set. So the departure we're using today is actually a RNAV departure, if I remember correctly. So normally you would set potentially some backup nav aids, so like VORs or radio-based nav aids. If you were doing a departure that required them and you wanted them as a backup, you could do that, but we're not going to do that. Again, one, to keep things simple, and two, because I don't think the departure we're using actually has any. Radios, of course, obviously you would also set up whatever frequencies you want to use, say if you're on VATSIM, for example. We're not going to use ATC today, just for simplicity's sake. And takeoff briefing, we're going to just assume that's complete because, again, we're not using charts and things like that. And the departure is more or less just straight out to the east, so we're not going to worry about that too much. Okay, so that is that. We're then going to go cleared to start checklist. Now, before we go any further, something I probably should have covered right at the start of the tutorial here is just a couple of keybinds that I would recommend setting before you try and operate this this add-on. So I'll just go into my controls. And I mean, I'm assuming if you're flying along, you've already set it properly and you know how it works. But on your throttle quadrant, you don't want to use the same throttle assignments to what Microsoft Flight Simulator sets as a default. So what you want is you want to have on your throttles, you want to have throttle 1 axis. Now that sounds like probably what you've got set, but if you just search here, you can see there's actually two options, 0 to 100% and just throttle 1 axis without that on it. You want this one basically. If you use this top one, it won't work. And then what I would also suggest mapping as well is is this one, auto throttle to GA. I would set this one as well to some button. You don't necessarily have to, but it's just easier and nice to have. This is going to be a button we use just before we take off. It basically just sets the flight directors to a takeoff pitch, but we'll come back to that. You can actually also set that by pressing this button here, and you can also press this screw here, which does the same thing, but it's just nice to have it on a button if you want. So those are two that I would definitely look at doing, and we are pretty much good to go ahead and get started up now. So before we do this checklist, what we want to do is we do want to get the APU started up first. So I'm going to press power button first, power fuel, and on this screen you'll see APU in byte and APU shut-off valve open. APU in byte disappears, and at that point you can press the start button. APU in byte stands for APU in byte stands for built-in test equipment, so it's doing like a test, and once that's completed you can then start up the APU. You can see the RPMs and the EGT building here, and once this RPM gets to 99%, it will then start supplying power to the aircraft, and you'll see a veil light up on here. There you go. So it's gone to a veil now, and you can see the AC power button has gone to a veil as well, which means, I mean, you can't really tell too much by looking at this. In the real aircraft you would want to check this using the ICAS displays, but what it basically means is the APU is now taking the power. You can also hear, if you listen carefully, that the bleed air has started to come through now, and the fans and air conditioning is turned on. You can also see the APU packs, the packs have now gone from fault to lights out, which basically means they're on. If I press that, you can see it's off. If I press it, it's on. So you can hear the air conditioning coming through now. And what we're also going to do while we're up here is turn the boost pumps on. And like I say, this is what I was saying earlier on about the AC power. So when you arrive at a gate, if you've got the APU on, for example, you won't be able to tell or not whether you're going to immediately switch to the ground power unit by this indication, unfortunately. Even if it's connected, which it still is, you can't tell whether you're going to have a loss in power for a second whilst you press this button. But you can see if it's depressed or not. You can kind of see if it's flush, that's pressed in. Generally, I just leave it pressed in. In real life, you would want to turn this off before you disconnect the ground power unit. We're going to do that in this case. Because obviously when they disconnect the ground power unit, if you've got that on, you could have some like arcing or any kind of electrical hazard that's unnecessary. So we're going to do that. We're also going to come to the aircraft page here. We're going to disconnect the ground power cart, and we're going to close all the doors. There we go, and then we can tell the baggage handlers to jog on. Oh my god, look at all the CRJs. Beautiful. Love to see it. Amazing. Amazing. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Great stuff. Okay, so that's all the doors closed. What we can also do is remove the chocks as well, which is going to grey out these options. That's fine. We don't need them anymore. Obviously, we already checked earlier on that the parking brake is set. Best way to check this is looking up here. Make sure that it says parking brake on in the window on the right hand side here. So that's fine. You can see both the fuel pumps are on now, which we just turned those on. We've still got a service door warning here. Let's see, did we not close that? No, we didn't. There we go. They're now closed. Oh, hang on a minute. Service door. Open. Oh, sorry, yeah, service door, my bad. Cargo we closed, it was the service door we still had open. So there we go, that's all those ICAS messages cleared out. So that is how these displays should look, more or less, at the before you start the engines. These indications here are normal. So that is about everything. We could turn also the beacon light on now, as we're about to move the aircraft, and turn the engines on. And I think that is everything. Okay, yeah, so before or cleared to start checklist. So devices off, not really relevant. APU is on, electrics, we can also check those. So, I mean, in real life you would want to do this. In a sim, maybe it's not as important, but when you turn the APU on, you will see that this electricity actually flows from the APU generator. It's highlighted green, and it flows up to both the buses. Now, I should have really showed you this earlier, but it's quite a good example, but if I put the wheel chocks back in and connect the ground power cart, if I then turn this back on and go here, you can see that the ground power cart is connected and providing power. Sorry, you can see it's connected but not providing power. You can see the zero load, and this green line is not filled in. But you can see the external AC is it is connected to the aircraft. So when you first turn on the APU, it's a good idea just to come down here, click electric, and just check that it's providing power. I can also demonstrate this by turning off the APU generator here. And you can see then that the external power is now being provided to the aircraft instead of the APU, even though the APU is actually on. So if we go back to the status page, you can see the APU is still running. I haven't turned it off. I've just turned off the generator for the electric part of the APU. And you can hear still the packs are on actually as well. You can hear we're still getting air conditioning. It's just the electrical side is not being powered by the APU now. So you can actually go to the ECS page, which is there. You can see both the packs are on and being supplied by the APU. And you can see the temperatures come up now. But like I say, the electrical power is being supplied by the ground power. But if I go up top here and turn the APU generator on, the APU takes priority. So you can now see the APU is providing power, and that's what I wanted to demonstrate really. So we'll bring back to the status page, we'll disconnect the ground power and remove the chocks again, and we're back here to where we just were. Turn that button off as well. Okay, so electrics are checked. Takeoff data is set. We did that with these numbers here using the performance page, and the doors are closed and locked. Beacon light is on, fuel pumps are on, and the quantity is 2990 in kilograms. Fuel pumps are auto and on. We set those earlier on up here, and the parking brake is currently on. So that is a clear to start checklist complete. All right. Loaded flight plan, can't get rid of discontinuities. What is it that's not working about it? So you're selecting the waypoint that you want to place to remove the discontinuity on the left hand side. Let me see, I might be able to demonstrate for you again. So if we go departure arrival, I'll deselect this like this, execute it again, come back to the legs page. Okay, it's not done it for me. Let me see if I can do this for you. So I'll select a different one. I thought I could just deselect it by doing that, but it's not letting me. Never mind, we'll just click execute, and then I'm gonna. Oh dear, what's going on? There we go. I'll reselect this arrival, execute, go back to the legs page. Oh, okay. For some reason, it's not doing it for me what I want it to do, which is quite smart of it, but I don't really know why it's doing that. Tell you what I can do is I can redo it for you. I can redo it for you. So we'll do it in the secondary flight plan. I'll do it very quickly just for ACER so we can kind of show you how to do it. So EDDS, EDDM, originating runway 07. That's it. We don't need to press execute because this is a secondary flight plan. We're going to go next page. Sorry, we're not going to go next page. We're going to go root menu. Actually, tell a lie. I forget how to do the secondary flight plan because it's been quite some time since I used it. I think we should be able to just do it like this. Let me just make sure. If I go ABTA for hotel. No, okay, that's not working. Oh, I do it through here. Sorry, I'm being dumb. Anyway, so ABTA for hotel. There we go. Secondary flight plan. ILS 08 left. We're going to go Rokill 1 Alpha. Vectors. And that should be that. Back to the secondary flight plan and this page right here. So we've got most of it in already. We'll go Lima 173 for the airway, and then Rixed, Yankee 161, Lelta, and then we'll go Tango 107 to Rokill, like so. There we go, that's all in there. So what we want to do is we'll click secondary legs. So this is just like your legs page, and this is the routing. So discontinuities. So the first one we want to get rid of is this one between Rokill and Rokill. Obviously we don't need two Rokills, so we'll select the lower Rokill like that, and that should put it at the bottom here, and then we're just going to click on top of this Rokill, and you'll see that change by adding the restriction in there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take Magat, and you can actually just place it on top of the discontinuity, but in this instance we're actually going to put it on top of MIQ mic just for simplicity's sake. So I'm going to take Magat, I click in there and just put it on top of mic like that, and then it should give us the full flight plan without a discontinuity then. That's it. In the missed approach we've got a discontinuity here, but I'm not going to worry too much about that because that's just the secondary flight plan. So that's that. Hopefully that helps. Okie dokie. So we have done the clear to start checklist, and we're ready to go now. So all we need to do is just get a bit of pushback basically. So we're taking off on runway 07, which is out to the east. So we're going to push back facing to the west. The runway is just behind us here somewhere. I think here it starts, just there, yeah. So I'm going to push back facing to the west here, and then I'm going to taxi on down like that. I can actually just draw it. We're going to push back this way, facing to that way, and then we're going to taxi this down here and then onto the runway like so. So we've got all the ground services disconnected. We're looking good. Let's request pushback. I think this pushback thing has got some cool sounds now. Let's see what happens.
Cockpit to ground.
This is ground. Stand by.
There we go. Cool. But yeah, don't worry at all, Asa. It's all good. It's all good. Hopefully that helped. Anyway, let me know if you have any other issues.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed, and all ground equipment is removed.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
This is just doing it all on its own now. I love how it's got this lift simulation now. I feel like it definitely lifts the aircraft maybe a bit too high, but oh, there we go. We're coming back down a bit. Interesting. All right, so we're just going to release the parking brake, and we're going to get some pushback. So
Cockpit to ground.
let's go.
Go ahead.
We are cleared for start and push.
Okay, cleared for push start.
Parking brakes are released.
All right.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
So normally you would start the engines at this stage. Oh dear, why is it going to the side? Hello? Okay, I had my foot on my rudder pedals. That's my bad. Let's just straighten up. There we go. So normally you would start your engines now whilst you're pushing back, but I am just going to push back first and then start the engines so I can explain what's going on to you guys. So we're pushing back here. Look at this, pushing back in sequence. Oh, look at it, it's all happening. This Lufthansa, this new Lufthansa livery is so clean. Love it. There we go. That should do it. It's not perfectly straight, but that'll do. So, hold, parking brake set, stop pushback.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Very cool now, this add-on.
Ground.
Very
You may
cool.
disconnect.
Okay, sir. Cleared to disconnect. Pin has been removed. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Beautiful.
Holding
Okay.
Position waiting for the visual. Thank
Cool.
you and goodbye.
So he's going to hold up our pin. It's not actually animated yet, but nevertheless. Fine. So we'll go ahead and start the engines now. So first we'll start with the right engine. So on this ignition panel here, you've got start and then stop. What we're going to use is obviously the start button. Obviously the stop button is in case you need to stop the ignition sequence for whatever reason. So we're going to click start first of all. Like so. And then we can come down here and have a look on the screen. So you can see now we've got right engine start. We had another indication that's now disappeared. What we're looking at here is the N2, which is the rear fan inside the engines. What we're looking for is when this reaches over 20%, and then we're going to start the fuel flow into the engine. So there we go, we've got 20% N2, sorry. So what we can do is click this little lever here, which is going to release the throttle. I'm just going to put that back. Just going to release the throttle, and then we'll put that into the idle position there, forwards. So as you can see, there's got two positions here, shut off and idle. This is fuel shut off position, and now we've put it forward into idle. So as you can see now, the N2 is building further. The inlet turbine temperature is building, the ITT, and then the N1 rotations are building as well, which is good. And if we come outside, we should be able to hear the engine and see it starting up there, which is very nice. Very nice indeed. We've got a right traffic jam here, sorry guys. Okay, so that's the first engine start. That's it really. The engine start is pretty simple. There are some figures you could remember to know that you've got a good engine start, but we know nothing's really going to go wrong. And to be quite honest with you, I can't actually remember the figures, so you'll have to excuse me on that one. But That's a good engine start nevertheless. So we're going to go back up top and we'll start the left engine with this button right here. And then we're going to do the same thing again. We're just going to monitor the N2 percentage. Actually going to come back here. You can see the N2s here just at the top of the screen. And once we reach 20%, we're going to open this and then put it into the idle position like so. And I just messed up there. That's my bad. So I accidentally flicked it back into shut off once I already put it into idle, which is silly of me. So I'm going to have to press the igniter again. So once you bring the lever out the shut off position, it's going to turn the igniter off. So we'll press that button again. And as you can hear, when you press that button, it actually routes all of the bleed air. All of the bleed air, it routes it from the APU into the engines rather than... It turns the packs off, basically, so you've got full bleed air pressure going into the engines. So that's why you hear the fans spool down in the cockpit. So there we go, we've got 20% N2. I'm going to do this correctly this time. We're just going to drag that forward into that idle position. And there we go. So that's now building. You can see the packs come back on now. And left engine starting up. Beautiful stuff. Okie dokie. So roughly when both these indications are the same, we can know we've got a good engine start. There we go. Okay, that's good. So we don't need the APU now, so let's turn that off first of all. We'll do that by pressing start stop here and then the power fuel button immediately afterwards. You can see that's now spooling down and APU door is now closed. Something quite cool about this aircraft as well is the APU door is actually modelled on here. I can't remember which side it's on. I think it's right here. But if you actually just open the APU, if you put power on the APU, you can see APU door will come open again in a second. There we go. You can see it's actually opening there. So it is actually modelled and animated, which is very nice actually. It's quite a nice little animation that. So we're just going to power that down. And there you go, APU door closed. Okay, so that's the startup sequence. Obviously, APU, you want to turn that off. And then what we're going to do is we are going to do the after start checklist. So, generators, auto. They should have, that's these three switches. They should have been in auto the whole time. We're just checking that they still are. Electrics checked. So we can actually come to the electrics page here and just check that both engines are supplying electrical power. So engine 1 supplies power to bus 1 and engine 2 supplies power to bus 2 along with the service bus. Bus 1 is linked to the essential bus there. I won't go into that in too much detail, but just know that the engines are supplying power to the aircraft. Bleed valves are in auto, which they were from the start, which is this switch here. And then you've got packs on. We can again check that on the ECS page here. Packs are on. You can hear the fans are on as well. That's that. APU is off. Anti-ice we're not going to need for this flight, but obviously at this stage you could turn the anti-ice on if you wanted. One thing to note about the anti-ice in this aircraft is it does increase the idle N1% by a decent amount. So if you turn the anti-ice on, let's turn it on the left engine only. It seems to be increasing them for both, but nevertheless, you see how the N2 and the N1 increased by a few percent there. Now, if you have the anti-ice on and you're taxiing around, you will notice that you can taxi a lot easier on idle power than when the anti-ice is off. So just something to bear in mind. But we don't need the anti-ice in this instance. You'll only need the anti-ice if the temperature outside is between -10 and +10, which it is, but there's not too many clouds, not too much visible moisture, so we don't need to worry about the anti-ice in this instance. And then nose wheel steering, we can now put that to the armed position. That's this switch here. Again, not really simulated, but nice to do nevertheless. Okie dokie, so taxi checklist will do that now as well straight away. So slats and flaps for takeoff, always set flaps 8 for takeoff, so slats and flaps indications here, levers here obviously, set that to 8 and then you can see them extend like so. Which server are we on? Manacle, we are on North Europe. Let's just check that, North Europe, there we go. Okay, so slats and flaps 8, flight controls, we can do a flight control check, so you can do that by bringing up the flight control page down here, the flight controls here, and then obviously we can do a quick check. So ailerons full left, full right and neutral, full up, full down on the elevator, neutral, full left on the rudder, full right, and back to neutral. Obviously just double checking the trim is set as well to our desired position, which it is, 7.4. Back to the status page. Thrust reversers, we can now arm those. So I'm going to turn those on. I've actually got a keybind set for those, so I'm just going to set those. Flight instruments are checked. We can just have a quick look, make sure everything is operational and looking good. And then brake temperature is down here, all on 0. This is not actually a temperature, this number here. This is actually a figure based on the temperature. So I'm not sure the exact range of it. I think it's something like 0 to 12. But this is not the actual temperature. But when it's in the green, it's all good. You can actually see the temperature if you go to the wheel page, which is somewhere on here. Something I very rarely go to, actually. Now doubting it even exists. Let's see. I may have totally imagined that page, to be quite honest with you. Okay, maybe it doesn't exist. Anyway, there you go. You've got your numbers down there. They're not temperatures. Nevertheless, if it's in the green, you're good. Okay, so let's taxi out. Beautiful. Let's do one. Oh, we've got Chris has already taken off. I imagine he's probably already gone and come back in the time it's taken us to do this. Alright, cool. Let's get underway. It's I love this airport at the moment. It's super busy because of the new airport added. Alright, so parking brake release then. You can see parking brake off. We actually have takeoff config OK showing now once we release the parking brake, which is basically telling us that we're set up correctly for the takeoff. However, there are a couple more things we need to do before we take off. So we're going to taxi on down here, like I say, take a left. Good way to know that your nose wheel is on the center line in this aircraft is to align it basically just to the right hand side of this screw, just kind of where this line is right here. That will get your nose more or less on the center line. Flying heading mode, this will be fun. Oh no, dude, did you not manage to get it working? That's a shame. That is a shame, but nevertheless, you should still be able to follow along and get the procedural parts flowing, I suppose, with the ILS when we come in. Had to fly, got to pick up the kids from school in 30 minutes. Yeah, no worries at all, Chris. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Enjoy, brother. Thank you very much for stopping by anyway, and obviously you can watch this back on a repeat if you so wish. Okie dokie, so we're taxiing on down. We do have one more checklist to do before we line up on the runway. Oh, look at that. Manacle's joining us. He's floating in the air for some reason. Have you not got the airport installed just yet for this this new one? Or maybe he has different scenery. I know there was a payware as well, wasn't there? Okie dokie. So we're going to come in, and this is the hold short for the runway here. We're just going to hold there and just run the before start checklist. So I'm more or less taxiing on idle throttle here, which is nice. Going to come to a stop on the hold short here. There we go. Parking brake set. Obviously you can check parking brake set there, which is always good to do. Great stuff. Beautiful. Okay, so before we actually take off, what we want to do is go up top. We want to turn the crossflow to manual. So by pressing that button, that puts the fuel crossflow to manual. One thing I did forget to do, sorry, before my taxi there, is turn the taxi lights on. You should really do that, but I mean, it is what it is, isn't it? Doesn't make too much of a difference in the sim, but for taxiing, obviously you want to turn the taxi lights on. We're about to enter a active runway, so we'll turn some more lights on in a second. What we also want to do is turn our transponder on. So I'll put that to 1. In a bigger airport, you might want to turn that on straight away when you start taxiing, but for now, we'll just turn it on here. And what that's going to do is, well, it'll turn our transponder on so ATC can see us on their radar. And you should see TA only above right here as well, which is what we set earlier with the TCAS. And I think we are more or less ready to go, if I remember correctly. So before takeoff checklist, lights and strobes, we'll do that as well now. Sorry, we're about to enter an active runway, so strobes on. And then we'll assume we've got a takeoff clearance, landing lights on. It varies depending on company procedure, whether you put the landing lights on now or not, but we're going to do it now. Fuel crossflow is manual. Flight attendants are advised. I suppose we could do a bit of this, couldn't we? Bit of chiming. Transponder TCAS is on and set. Radar terrain display. Now, obviously this doesn't work in the aircraft at the moment, but you could turn on the weather radar like so. As you can see, it says WX up here. You could also change that to the terrain if you wanted to as well. On the left hand side here by pressing this, it changes to terrain. We're going to set this to about 40 miles here. You can use the inner knob there to set the range on this. And TFC is toggling your traffic, your TCAS traffic on and off. We're going to have it on. You can tell that it's on because you've got these little lines around this inner circle. And this only works if you're below 40 meters range, 40 miles range here. So if I go up to 80 meters, you can see the little lines disappear, which means it's no longer showing the traffic. So we're going to have it on 40 meters for the departure, or 40 miles for the departure, sorry. One of the little tests we forgot to do actually while we were setting up is the radio altimeter test, which you can do by pressing this button. Hold it down and then you can see here it says RA test, and then the green number goes up to 50 feet, and that's that one, just in case you wanted to do that one as well. I would probably just do that at the same time as you do the cockpit voice recorder or putting in your altimeter setting. And then CAS checked, so we can just do a last check of that now. At this stage, before you take off, you should have nothing here written in yellow or red. If you've got something written there, you've missed something. So you'd need to look into that, but we're good. And once we release the parking brake again, you can see takeoff config OK here. So we are good to go. Let's taxi onto the runway and get lined up. Manicle, you've got the payware. Awesome, dude. How does it compare to this Asobo version? Apart from being at a slightly higher elevation. Beautiful aircraft is the CRJ, isn't it? Absolutely love the look of it. Looking forward to getting the long boy, the 900, 1000. Okay, so at this stage it might be good just to double check you've got the correct altitude set here. What you also want to do as you enter the runway is you want to actually press the takeoff, the toga button it's called basically. Now you can do it in a couple of ways. You can do it by pressing it here, or you can press it here, or you can use that key bind that I told you about earlier on today. But I'll just press it here just to demonstrate. So if you look here, you'll see what happens. Let me just get a bit more power in. Because we're slowing down here on the taxi, it's a bit uphill, I think. Yeah, so if I press the button, just watch here and watch the enunciators at the top. So you've got takeoff, takeoff, and then you can see the flight director goes up to a pitch up command, which is what we'll pitch up and follow as we do the takeoff. Okie dokie, I'm going to get a bit of lighting going on in here. It's actually a bit dim in this cockpit. There we go. So this yellow line, the yellow line is actually only for taxiing off the runway. You don't actually have to use that to line up. Normally what you'd do is just take the most expeditious route possible to get onto the runway. We could have used that taxiway there, that would have probably been better actually, but nevertheless, we should be fine here. So there we go, all lined up on the runway, all good. So what I'm going to do now is just quickly explain what we're going to do once we take off, because it's all going to happen extremely quickly here in the CRJ. So what I think I might do as well, so you can see what I'm doing with my throttle. I mean, you can see it on this camera here. If I wave at you, you can see my throttle right here. So you can see what I'm doing with it, but I'll turn on the throttle hint here so you can kind of see on the PFD as well. So that shows here where the throttle is currently. So if I move the throttle to climb, for example, it's going to show climb there, or toga, etc. So you guys can kind of see where my throttle is a little bit easier, because I'm not going to be able to move the camera whilst we're doing this. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to move the throttles up to 60% N1. We're going to ensure that the engines are stable, which they will be, you know. Again, another simism. And then we're going to move the throttles to the toga position. And then we're going to start the takeoff roll. Well, we're going to start, after we've reached 60%, we're going to release the toe brakes. And then we're going to move the throttles to toga and start the takeoff roll. We're going to rotate at our VR speed, which is 125. And we're then going to start the climb out. We're going to pitch the aircraft to about 15 degrees, which will probably be just above this flight director here. And then at 1,000 feet, we're going to move the throttle lever from toga to climb at 1,000 feet above ground level. So not 1,000 feet, because we're already above 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet above ground level. So 2,300 feet, and that will also be on here on the radio altimeter. You'll be able to see it in green, 1,000 feet there. So we're going to move the throttles from toga to climb. And then what we're going to do is we are going to hit on the autopilot. We're going to hit, we're going to hit speed and then nav mode. And that's then going to give the flight directors is going to then pitch for a speed, and it's going to follow our set route in the flight plan. Good practice as well to do when you're lined up on the runway is just to hit the heading center knob. So to do that in the CRJ, you just need to do a right click so that the finger appears like that. So you do a right click and then click in the middle, and that's then going to center the heading bug here. And then, sorry, one thing I forgot to mention is we'll bring the flaps up as well as we reach our VFTO speed is usually when I do it. I mean, I don't necessarily think that is the proper way to do it, but as long as you're reaching that speed, you should be about fine. I think you would normally start bringing them up 10 knots under that is sort of the minimum, is when you want to start bringing up the flaps. So 175 knots is the minimum speed to start bringing up the flaps. But as you can see, the upper limit for flaps 8 is 230 knots. So as long as we bring it up between those two speeds, we should be absolutely fine. So that's all going to happen very quickly, so I wanted to explain that first. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to use some keybinds that I've got for this autopilot to make things a bit easier. But I will try and show you guys exactly what I'm doing. I mean, you can see me when I'll reach over from on the camera, but I will just try my best to make it obvious when that happens. Okay guys, let's do this thing. So, first of all, bringing the throttles up to 60% on the N1s. And release the parking brake as well. I'm holding it on the toe brakes now. You can hold it on the parking brake as well if you don't have toe brakes. 60% N1 or 64%. We are actually rolling now. Toe brakes aren't very good, clearly. And up to Toga then. There we go, Toga is set. You can see Toga down here. You should push your stick forwards a little bit here. One thing I did forget, and release it about 80 knots to 100 knots. Keep in the center line and V1 rotate. Pulling back and rotating up through the deadband up to about 15 degrees there, holding it. Bringing the gear up, positive rate. Giving a bit of trim, nose up trim. And we're just holding it there. Speed is increasing slowly now. And then we're going to hit on speed mode. And we're going to hit nav mode. So you can see now on the PFD, flight mode enunciators are now saying climb 163 and FMS 1. That means we're in speed mode at 163 knots. And FMS 1 means we're now following our flight plan. So it's just going to keep the flight directors at that speed until I actually do something about that. So I'm actually going to put the autopilot in now. And I'm going to wind the speed knob up to 250 knots so we start accelerating. Now, in reality, you could probably do this quite a bit quicker. But just for the video, this stream, I'm doing it a bit slower, just so you guys can see what's happening. So you see we're passing through the VFTO speed now, so we can go to flaps 1 and basically straight to flaps 0. We're about to pass through 5,000 feet as well, which is our transition altitude. So we're going to right click here. In fact, we're just going to click, we're going to right click, get the finger, and then we're going to press in the middle. That's going to set standard pressure. Oh, why is that not working? There we go, standard pressure 1013. And you can see the speed is now increasing as the nose pitches down to help increase the speed up to 250 knots. 250 knots is the speed limit below 10,000 feet, pretty much anywhere in the world. So that's the initial climb out. What we can do also now is we can thrust reversers, we can disarm those, as we know we're not returning to the original airfield. We can turn the fuel crossflow to automatic, and that's all we really need to do for now. We are passing through some clouds here. Maybe you would have wanted to turn the anti-ice on there because it's cold outside, but I think we are okay. And there we go, we're climbing out, looking good. Next thing we're going to do is the after takeoff checklist. Or climb checklist rather. So fuel crossflow is now auto. Bleeds and APU are set. We have had no need to change those, so they're set. Thrust reversers off. CAS, do a quick check. Nothing red or orange. We're looking good. And what we're doing now is we're passing through 10,000 feet. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn off the landing lights and the nose taxi light. We're going to turn the logo lights off, and we'll turn the seatbelt signs off. And And what we'll also do is go ahead and wind the speed up. So we're winding the speed up here to 290 knots. That's our final climb out speed above 10,000 feet. Now, one very, very important thing I've actually realized I just completely forgot to do. So you would do this normally after you've started the engines. You'd actually turn these two switches here. You'd turn the probes on. So that's the probe heat for your, basically like your pitot heat in the CRJ. I completely forgot to do that. But I'm not sure how much they are actually modeled, to be honest. I was actually wondering this last night. I completely forgot to do that, but it is something you should do after you've started the engines there. So that's probably... I'm surprised it's not actually in one of these checklists here, but yeah, that's something you should do every time after you start the engines. So that's the climb checklist complete. We are 1,000 foot from level off. What might be a good idea now to do is just click vertical speed. In fact, it's too late. Altitude capture means it's now captured the altitude, and we're just going to throttle back a bit there as we start to level off. Otherwise, you know, we're just going to gain loads of speed here. All right. Hopefully that all made sense to you guys. Some of you eagle-eyed watchers there probably noticed that I didn't put the thrust levers back into climb at 1,000 feet. When I'm just trying to explain everything to you guys like this, it can be quite difficult to just remember every tiny little thing. So yeah, at 1,000 feet I should have put my levers back to climb. I forgot to do that. Hopefully you guys did it. It probably helped a little bit as well, so that you're not accelerating too quickly. Hopefully that all made sense anyway. Any questions, please feel free to let me know now. We're going to start preparing for the arrival in just a moment. But this aircraft it's no auto throttle, so you do need to sort of keep your eye on your speed constantly. You usually want to cruise at about 290 knots, unless you're in Mach figures, where you would normally cruise at Mach 0.74, and that is absolutely fine. Okie dokie. Both are quite good and similar. Awesome. Behind the master, I feel a bit nervous. Awesome, dude. Well, I feel very flattered that you would refer to me as the master. Beautiful. Alright, well, like I say, guys, I hope that all made sense. Like I say, I'm kicking myself a little bit that I forgot to put my levers into climb, but nevertheless, it still worked out fine for us. If anything, we just used a bit of extra fuel. Fuel is free in the sim. Don't need to worry too much. But yeah, at 1,000 feet, you should put that back into the climb position. Alright, so we're going to start getting prepared for the arrival more or less straight away, just to save on time here, because it is going to take a bit of time to get set up, and I want to explain everything, and I don't want things to be rushed when we're in the descent. So we're going to go for the ILS on 08 left at Munich, and the first thing we want to do is obviously just make sure, if you're using charts, you would probably want to just check through and make sure you've got all the correct restrictions in. I know we do here, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. One thing you could set at this stage is just set in the minimums. So we'll select MDA. Usually we use MDA and not DH. DH is generally used for very, very low visibility approaches. So we're going to use MDA, and we're going to scroll this up here to the minimums for this approach, which is 1,667 feet. If this moves very slow for you, you can hold down Shift, and it should scroll a bit quicker. So we're going to set that to 1,670, which we're going to round up. So that's fine. We're going to leave that there for now, because we're going to need that when we come into the descent. What else are we going to do? So we know with a QNH, you might want to check the weather at this point using METARs or something like that. So we know the QNH is 1012. You could also press B on your keyboard. So that's that. what else do we need to do? Let me just see here. What we can do is when we're in cruise as well. Probably should have done this more or less straight away really, but we go to TCAS and we'll put that to below and deselect above. And then return. Sorry, I'm forgetting all sorts of little things now that everything is happening real quick, but hopefully I'll still get all the information out there for you guys. We've turned a corner as well now. It's good practice in the CRJ to just center the heading bug every time you've made a turn. Alright, so we've set our minimums. We know our arrival procedure. What we also want to make sure is that we've got the ILS tuned for the approach here. So for Munich, I know it is 109.5 for 08 left. So we're going to tune that into nav1 here. You can either use the RTU here or you can use the FMS. Go on the radio page. Or you can use it down here like I say. So we're going to tune that in. So 109, sorry, decimal 5, like so. And you can see that's reflected there, and it's now gone to manual. So you see how you've got nav 1 auto man, nav 2 auto man. This is basically tuning the nearest radio nav aid to you. So this will automatically tune different VORs or other radio-based nav aids, NDBs and things like that. And if you watch that, you'll be able to see it change during the flight. If you also bring up the bearing needles as well here, you can bring up the, this is VOR2, so that's nav2. It's currently tuned to a VOR2, so it shows as VOR2. And as you fly along, you'll see this needle move when it retunes to a different nav aid. If you're also interested, you can check your charts to see what it's actually tuned to. But you could also just go to high and low nav aids like this on MFD menu and just zoom out. And you can see that is probably tuned there to DKB VOR, in case you were interested, but you shouldn't really need to do that in general. Okay, so one thing we can do next in the flight is we can go to MFD menu here, and we can put this window, we can put it on VNAV. Now what this is going to do is it's going to show our next altitude constraint on our flight plan and the time and distance to it, which is good to know. It should also display the time to our top of descent here, which will display when we get a bit closer. You can see here on the MFD here that you've got top of descent noted in green. So if I zoom this in a bit, you should be able to see it a bit more clearly. We're just under 20 miles away, and that's when we're going to initiate our descent. Now the CRJ, it doesn't have a coupled VNAV, so it's not going to do the descent on its own. Now, if you want to be realistic, that's the way to do it. So you would just use the advisory VNAV built into the aircraft. So it's basically just going to advise you on how fast to descend. Center the heading bug there. And there is an option to have coupled VNAV. So if you go to the next page here and click coupled VNAV like that and save it, if you then come over here, you can see there's now a VNAV button, and you can see you'll get different indications here on the PFD. You get VALTs and path as well. We're not going to use that because that's it's not that realistic for a CRJ. It doesn't really, not many of them have that installed, even the larger models. So we're going to turn that off, and we're just going to use the traditional way to descend using VNAV in the CRJ. So you can see we've got 1 minute and 10 nautical miles to the top of descent now. So we'll start getting prepared for that. Best way to do this is to bring up your direct intercept page. Now this is where you would do your direct twos in the CRJ. You can also use legs for direct twos, but you can also use this page. And what we're going to do is, what I tend to do is look at where I know the next restriction is. So we've got roadkill. So you can see roadkill here, and then on the right side you can see flight level 100, which is the planned altitude for this waypoint. You can also see 2.3 degrees, which is going to be the descent path angle to that waypoint if we started a descent now. So if we start a descent now to roadkill, we're going to descend at 2.4 degrees, and to achieve that, we'll need to descend at 1,500 feet per minute, and then it's got an arrow down. That's indicating a descent. So the top of descent will actually we will reach our top of descent when this is actually going to reach, when it reaches 3 degrees, basically, because that's what we asked for in our VNAV page. You may remember 3 degrees vertical path angle. So that's going to be our top of descent there. So that is how we're going to do our descent. So first of all, we'll set our altitude. We'll set that just to 10,000 feet for now. In fact, I'm just going to set it to 9,000 for now. It doesn't matter too much. And you can see now we're basically at our top of descent. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit vertical speed. We've lowered our altitude, and we're going to dial in. We're going to dial in 1,900 to begin with, and we're going to bring back the throttles a little bit so we don't gain too much speed. And then if you look at the PFD here, you can see a few indications that are new. So you can see you've got this, it's called the snowflake right here. This indicates how close you are to the vertical path that's being calculated by the aircraft. Sorry, I've got a fly flying in front of me. So this star indicates how far you are off that path, and we're basically bang on it. And you can also look down here on the vertical speed indicator, and you can see there's this blue circle here which indicates the required vertical speed. I'll bring that up bigger, hopefully you can see a bit better. See, the blue circle there indicates the required vertical speed. The snowflake here, we're right on the vertical profile, indicates how far we are away from the calculated path. So, I know we're essentially going to assume that we're cleared down to the ILS. So the ILS platform altitude, which you would get on the charts, is 5,000 feet. You can also see it here at Magat, which is the initial fix, 5,000 feet. So we're going to set that. We're going to set that in the altitude, selected altitude here, 5,000 feet. Now, I'm not going to be too concerned if we go under the profile here, because this constraint is flight level 100 or below, which is fine with me. Obviously, we need to be below it, so it doesn't matter if we're below the profile too much. Also, by getting below the profile a little bit, it'll give you a bit more chance to slow down, because we're going to basically just go straight onto the ILS here, so we will kind of need to slow down in the descent here. My route shows off on FO side, but not my side, and nav mode not working. I'm using heading mode, using FOs. Ah, okay. Yeah, sorry, I messed up. I didn't actually mention about this knob here. So if your nav source, if it says here, if it doesn't say FMS1, you need to change that to FMS1. So you can use this knob to change this to FMS1, and maybe that'll fix your issue. Alright, so we passed through 10,000 feet, so we're actually going to turn the landing lights on now, and the taxi lights, will turn the logo lights back on, and the seatbelt lights back on. So we're going to start preparing for the approach, so we'll do our descent checklist. So landing elevation, we need to set that. So the elevation at Munich is 1,500 feet, just below that actually, so we're going to do that now. Luckily, we've already got it set to 1,300, so we'll just scroll this up to 1,500 here. So that's set. Fuel is checked. TCAS is set. We already did that in the cruise. Radar is on. CAS is checked. Landing data, we've already set that. And approach briefing, we can assume that is completed. And then this stuff, we are going to basically just do this as we get into the final approach. However, we can turn the thrust reversers. We can turn them to armed now. We'll do that now. So we're basically on an intercept course for the ILS now. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to start slowing down. We are a bit fast as well because I'm trying to explain everything to you guys. I'm getting a little bit, I'm missing the slowdown here. So we should be at 250 knots below 10,000 feet. So I'm going to just idle the throttles here and just add in a bit of speed brake using this lever here, or the spoilers as they're called in the CRJ. I'm also going to set the altimeter setting to 1012. And then what I like to do as well is I like to actually switch to what's called the green needles in the CRJ before I intercept an ILS. So we're on the intercept course for the ILS now. This is the ILS basically coming in. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to heading mode now. I'm going to go to heading mode like so. And then I'm going to switch the nav source here to the right once. And that's going to give me lock 1. Which is for the localizer or the ILS basically. 0 is the correct course. So we're basically flying on heading mode now, and all we need to do is just arm approach. So we're going to arm approach there. So we've got lock 1, glide slope. So you can see flight mode enunciators. I didn't really explain these too much, but these are your friend. You need to pay a lot of attention to these and it will tell you what the aircraft is doing. So you can see we're in heading mode. Alt S cap, which means selected altitude 5,000 feet is captured, and when it's flashing it means we are currently capturing. So that's what's happened just now. We captured the altitude, and what will happen next is we'll get localizer capture. So localizer will then go green. Now, we're about to turn on to the localizer, and we will probably start this. We'll start descending more or less straight away. So I'm going to keep the throttles idle, and then as we pass through 180 knots here, I'm going to go straight to flaps 8. So that's flaps 1, and that's flaps 8 as we're passing through 180 knots there. So we've got lock 1, and that's flashing because, well, no reason. So I would recommend before you intercept any kind of ILS to be at flaps 8 at the bare minimum, ideally at flaps 20, which we're going to go to now. So 170 knots, we can go to flaps 20. So we're going to flaps 20. So the green diamond is now coming down. So we should get a glide slope capture. There we go. Glide slope capture. And just got to watch the speed there. Watch the speed. Make sure you keep adding throttle. Make sure you keep adding thrust in as you're bringing the flaps out, because they're going to increase the amount of drag on the aircraft, and therefore it's going to slow you down. So you need to add in power as you bring in the flaps out, and obviously keep an eye on that speed, especially if you're flying level. Okay, so we're back to 170 knots. We're established on the localizer and the glide slope, and we're looking good. Runway is in sight in front of us. We're going to just sink the heading bug. We've still got the spoilers out, so I'm just going to stow those. And I'm going to bring the throttles down a bit more so we can start slowing down. This is quite a long ILS, 11 miles final, so 11.1 mile final, so we've got plenty of time to slow down here. We've just passed through 2,500 feet here, as you can see, radio altimeter is showing. Stainless, no worries at all, dude. Thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate the comment. And sorry I'm not able to read the chat too much at the moment. This is, as you can see, quite a lot to show and explain. So hopefully it's all making sense to you guys. Paul, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Good to see you. All right, cool. So we are probably a bit fast at this point. So I'm going to go to flaps 30. That should slow us down quite a lot. And we're going to get gear down at this point. So landing gear is coming down. What I forgot to mention as well, and I do apologize, is we need to go to our performance page and click set all here. That's going to set our go around speeds, and then we want to set VREF once we're established on the ILS. So that's going to show us our final approach speed here on the speed tape. So 160 knots, you can bring out flaps 30, and then flaps 40 at 150 knots or less. I mean, you can actually bring them out now if you want, which I am actually going to do because we are a bit fast. So when you bring out flaps 40, they create a tremendous amount of drag, so it is going to cause the aircraft to kind of balloon a little bit and also slow down very quickly. So you need to be prepared for that. So there we go. We are configured for the landing now. So before landing, flight attendants advised, passenger signs are on, thrust reversers are armed, landing gear is down, flaps 40 before landing checklist complete. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do right now is I'm actually just going to pause the sim. There we go. I forgot you could do that. I probably should have done that earlier. So, let's see. We've got people behind us, but not too close. So I'll just explain what's going to happen on the landing. So we're going to come in for a landing here. And as we get over, we want to aim to be about 50 feet over the threshold of the runway. And we also want to be at our VREF speed of 134 over the threshold. That's what we're aiming for essentially on the landing once we've got flaps 40 out and the gear down. That's what we're aiming for. We're aiming for a smooth deceleration to 50 feet above the threshold to the VREF speed. Now, once we come into the below 50 feet, you want to basically keep the same pitch, keep the same nose position. Don't be tempted to pull the throttles back, because this is a high engine aircraft, high rear mounted engine aircraft. What's going to happen is once you pull the power back, the nose is actually going to come up like that. Because the thrust is obviously pushing the nose forwards, and when you take it away, it's going to bring the nose up naturally. So you don't want to bring the throttles back at all until you're quite low to the ground. So passing through 30 feet, resist the urge to flare or pull the throttles back. And when you reach 20 feet, only at 20 feet, you want to pull the throttles back and just flare by a few degrees, a very, very small amount. And just hold it there. And then you should get a nice soft touchdown. I'm a bit out of practice in the CRJ, I'm not going to lie, so this might not necessarily go exactly as I've just described, but that is generally, when I flew this aircraft a lot, that is how I did it generally, and that will always worked out very, very well for me. So hopefully that all makes sense. Let's resume now. Hopefully nothing goes wrong when I unpause. Okay, great, we're looking good. Alright, so I'm just pulling the throttles back now to start to slow us down a bit as we're coming very close to the airfield. So keeping power in, making sure that I do not go below this speed under any circumstances really. Ideally you want to be sort of at least +5 before you reach the actual runway threshold. There we go, just keeping this power setting. This is working pretty nice. You can see I've got about 65% on the N1s. That's working pretty well. 64, 65%. That's quite good. We are a bit low according to the PAPIs and according to the glide slope indicator here, but we are fine. I'm going to disconnect now. And I'm just going to fly it down. I'm going to lower the thrust now. I'm going to give it a bit of forward trim. 50 feet above the threshold. 30, pull in the throttle back, slight flare. There we go. Just gently bringing the nose forwards. Bit of right rudder to keep us on the runway there. That was a little bit of a a heavy touchdown, but it was a safe touchdown nevertheless. Then we can go to reverse thrust as well. And get a little bit of manual braking in, so just a little bit on the toe brakes. And passing through at 60 knots, we've got control of the aircraft. We're slowing down, so we can put the throttles back to idle. And we're just going to exit the runway. Beautiful, 364 feet per minute. Not my best landing in the world, but like I say, I am a bit out of practice on this aircraft. It does take a little bit of finesse to flare this thing. And like I say, I've not really flown it in quite some time. Alright, so there we go. We're leaving the active runway now. We can turn the strobes off and the landing lights off. In a lot of aircraft, normally you would start the APU at this point, but I've been told by a real CRJ pilot that they don't tend to actually start the APU in this aircraft. Mainly because the engines are high and mounted at the back. They tend to just go for one shutdown of the engine on the stand and then connect the GPU. Okie dokie. Great stuff. So, after landing, we can bring the flaps up. We can disarm the spoilers. Sorry, the reversers. Obviously, we've got the lights off. Taxi lights still on. Seatbelt signs obviously stay on. We'll turn the probes off now as well. And that is about everything for now. Let's see where we are. We're going to continue on to the east side of the airport, which is the Lufthansa terminal. Mariner says, am I coming back? That is a good question. I think I might come back actually, because I want to show you guys, I think, a full flight in this thing where I'm not having to explain everything. So you guys can kind of see that it doesn't actually take that much to fly this thing. So yeah, I think I will come back. Yeah, it's only a very, very short flight, as you guys just saw. And I did want to just kind of show you guys some of the charts and things like that as well. So yeah, hopefully that all made sense to you guys. That's pretty much a full flight done. So we'll do our after landing checklist. APU is off, we're not going to use it. Transponder, we can leave that on. Now obviously you would turn the weather radar off at this point, but we're going to leave the transponder on. This is a very big airport, you would normally leave your transponder on. Slats and flaps are to 0, we can double check that on this screen. Lights are set and probes are off, we've already done that. So that is the after landing checklist complete. Great stuff. Real CRJ pilots should learn from me. No way. I mean, there's so many things that I don't know. But I'm very flattered. I'm very flattered, Manacle. Thank you very much, dude. You guys, if you're using something to record your landing rate, you'll have to let me know what it is as well. Let's turn off approach mode as well. Autopilot engage. I'm not sure why that's still on. We can toggle the flight directors off and it goes off. So here we are, link, or entry N1 it is at Munich, isn't it? So yeah, let's come in here. A bit late on the turn there, but... There's a beautiful scenery by Simwings. I know someone was asking yesterday about Simwings. This is one of their sceneries, absolutely stunning. Definitely some weirdness going on over there, I think. Some Sim Update 5 weirdness. Alright, so we're just going to taxi straight ahead into that stand in front of us. So let's turn the taxi lights off. We don't want to blind the ground crew. And we're just going to come in to stand 101 here. Coming on the brakes a little bit. Quite lined up there, have we? There we go, that should do it. Hewitt, welcome to Munich. How did your landing go, dude? 159, says Manacle. Amazing, dude. Absolutely smashed it. All right, there we go. Look, we've got a VGGS here. It doesn't work though. Never mind. All right, so this is usually the procedure I've been told for landing power, essentially, for transitioning from engine power to ground power. So you would turn off the left engine, which is obviously the one nearest to where the passengers are going to be disembarking. You would then call in the ground power car. In this aircraft, unfortunately, you can only call in the ground power once the chocks are in, so we'll put the chocks in. We'll call the ground power over, so that's going to spawn it in. Doesn't matter where it is in the sim. And then we're going to click this button. As you can see, it's very difficult to tell whether it's on or not, but we've just pressed the button in. You can see it's sunken in a little bit there. So that means we can now safely turn off this engine, and we should have zero loss of power once we power this down. So you guys should see it will immediately change from generator 2 to external power coming straight through. I'm going to power that one down. There we go. Great stuff. So that's powered down now. What we'll also do is turn our transponder off now. What we'll also do is come up above, make sure the lights are set properly. We'll turn the beacon light off and turn the hydraulics off. We'll leave 3A on. That's what you would normally do for a turnaround. But we'll leave 3A on for now. Turn the packs off as well, and the boost pumps off. Isolation valve off, and the recirculation fan can come off as well. The windshield heat can come off as well. And seatbelts off, obviously. Alright, so let's do our shutdown checklist. So parking brake is on. Seatbelts are off. Thrust levers are shut off. Anti-ice is off. Fuel pumps are off. Beacon light is off. Nose wheel steering off. There we go. So that is the shutdown checklist complete. And then the terminating checklist. So this checklist, now by procedure, what you need to do is you actually have to read the item and then do the action. Whereas with the other checklist, you kind of just do everything and then do the checklist, if that makes sense. So the terminating checklist, chocks and brakes in and off. So, in fact, let's just do a bit of this. Let's open the passenger door first and put the guardrails down because we're going to connect the jetway. So let's go jetway connect. Hopefully that connects. We'll see what happens. We'll get the baggage on the way as well. We'll open the forward cargo. All right. So chocks are in as we put them in on the EFB. So you can release the parking brake to release some of the pressure on the brakes and cool them down a bit quicker. IRS off. So we'll go off and off. Emergency lights off, off. Anti-ice off. That's already off. We know that. Hydraulic pumps off. External lights off, 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 and that's all the external lights off. APU, it's not on, so that's off. Battery master off, and then cockpit lights off. So we'll turn off the external power, turn off the battery. Click continue, and then we'll turn off the cockpit lights, which is the dome light here, and the standby compass light. There we go. That's it. All done and shut down, ready for the next pilot to take control. And we're going to do the exact same thing again. We're going to fly back, but this time I'm not going to quite explain every single little thing. Just so you guys can see how it goes. Hey, look at that. CRJ crew. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. That's awesome. Amazing. Still on the ground. How? We've just landed, Zack Attack. We're at a different airport now, if you can see. Haha. That's awesome. I've never seen so many CRJs in the sim all in one place. I love it. I'm gonna have to turn. I'll turn name tags off, and I'll have to get a little screenshot of this, I think. Don't forget to put on the seatbelt sign. We've just landed, dude. Turn off the seatbelt sign once we landed. Oh, that's beautiful. Love to see it. Well, thank you very much for flying along, guys. We are going to do, like I say, a return journey. So I am just going to take a quick 5 minutes, just nip to the loo and whatnot, and we'll be back for a return leg where we'll introduce some charts into the mix. But I'm basically just going to do everything again, but I'm not quite going to explain everything like I did last time. So it definitely won't take as long. Yeah, we'll just do the return flight and see how that goes. All right, I will be back in a moment. You're going to reload with a sim brief plan in reverse? Yeah, no worries at all, dude. I am going to do a sim brief myself in just a minute where I can share the route with you if you like. So if you want to... just hang fire and we can all make sure that we're on the same route, maybe. All right, I'll be back in just a couple of moments, guys. All right, Mariner. Yeah, no worries. It's just whatever you got to do, mate. I'll catch you probably. Excuse me. I'll catch you probably tonight, anyway. All right, we're back. Okay, guys, so for this next leg, we're basically going to do the same thing, but I'm not going to quite explain all the setup and things like that. If you guys obviously have any questions, please feel free to shout them out in the chat. What I will probably do is I'll probably just give some call-outs as to what I'm doing during the phases of flight where there's a lot going on, and it's not entirely obvious what I'm doing. I love the fact here we've got 3 different Lufthansa liveries going on for the CRJ. It looks great. Yeah, like I say, for the initial setup and whatnot, I'm not going to sort of go through everything in as much detail as what I had previously. We are going to sort of go through some of the charts and things like that, though. First of all, after we've got the route from SimBrief. Zach, yeah, of course. Yeah, well, by all means, happy to go through some stuff. Obviously, I've got quite a lot of recorded content on my channel as well, which should hopefully be helpful to you. But first of all, let's go ahead and get a route planned on SimBrief. So let's do that now. All right, so new flight. And we are going to basically be the reverse of this this flight we've just done. So flight number is 2148. So we're going to be DLH 2148. We're going to be departing EDDM and going to EDDS. We'll select our airframe as the CRJ that we did last time. We'll change our climb profile. We're going to set our departure runway to the same as our landing runway, so 08 left, and we're going to arrive on 07, and that's going to give us this route. So I'm going to generate the flight on that one, and then whilst we are waiting for that to happen, I'm going to close this. I'm just going to bring up this is Navigraph. Now if you don't have Navigraph, don't worry about it, but this is what I'm going to just reference at a few points. In fact, what I might do is, because I know some of you guys might not have Navigraph, I'll just use some free charts for this so you guys can see. So let's forget about that for a moment. Okay, so the routing I'll just paste into the chat. Okay, so I've pasted the routing into the chat there. The cruising flight level is flight level 220. Now, I'm probably going to do a slightly lower cruise altitude than that, again, just to give us a little bit of extra time to kind of go through things. So I'm probably going to, I'll say I'm going to set my cruise to flight level 180. Again, we're using a weather preset, so the cruising flight level that SimBrief works out is based on it's based on the current real-world weather, which we're not using, so it's not as applicable to us. So we're going to go for 180 in this flight. In fact, I might just go for 160 just to give me a bit of time to catch up with stuff. So we'll go for 160 as the cruising flight level, and let's find some charts. So best way to find charts, what we're going to need is we're going to need a few things. We're going to need an airport chart for the taxi. We're going to need a chart for the departure, which is this one, Radar 7 Quebec. We're also going to need an arrival chart for Taxi 5 Alpha. We're also going to need an ILS chart for our final approach, which is for runway 07, which is obviously the expected runway is here. So we're going to need an ILS chart for that, and then we're also going to need a taxi chart for Stuttgart, which is the normal charts that I would get for a flight. Sometimes you need more, sometimes you need less. It just depends on the routing, but this is a good example of a typical routing for an IFR flight. So we'll try and find the charts using free sources. So you can either just Google it. So you could, for example, go EDDM airport charts, and you'll probably be able to find it that way. So for example, the first result here is some charts for Munich, Germany. These are Jeppesen charts, so this is similar to what Navigraph has. However, you might have noticed the date is actually 2005, so they're quite old now. But you could definitely use these. They're probably not. They're probably fairly similar, in fact. They might be usable. But what I have been using recently, which is quite good, is ChartFox. If you want to get some free charts, so chartfox.org. Now, you do need a VATSIM account to access it, but it's free to create a VATSIM account. I've put ChartFox in the chat for you guys. So you can do chartfox.org if you want. That's quite a good one. And then just log in with your VATSIM account. So I recommend doing this one, and then EDDM load. So you can see here we've got a bunch of charts. We've got the aerodrome chart. Sorry, that's previously used, so I'm just going to remove that. That's that's completely wrong. So aerodrome chart. So this is our first one, and yeah, so you can see here this is basically a map of the airport. We are currently parked at I believe we are somewhere around here, I think. Charlie 3 is behind us. So for a large airport like this, it doesn't actually have the stand numbers on the chart. So I'm just going to go ahead and click this plus, and it'll just give us it at the dock there at the top. And then you can also usually find a parking chart here. So there's a parking chart below. We'll zoom in on that one as well. And let's just see. So there you've got all the stands. I know we're on the west side somewhere. So I think we're actually here. 110, stand 110. Let's just verify that. Yep. Oh no, sorry, we're stand 101. Okay. If you don't have any scenery installed, you can sort of work this out by clicking on the VFR map. So VFR map. Bring that up and then just zoom in. And you can see a layout of the apron quite well. So you can see we've got these two sections coming off here, and then we're right at the top. So we can just find that on the charts basically, and we know we're at stand 101. So if we go back to the charts, we're at stand 101. So we've got these two coming off here. That's November 1 and November 2. I do remember coming in. We came in on November 2. Now, this area is blank. It says under construction. So it's possible that this chart is also a bit old. And it's not showing these stands yet. Just my luck. But let's just say, for example, we are actually here. This is stand 101, which does make sense because this starts at 110 here. So it would make sense that this would be 110, between 100 and 110 there. And I'm pretty sure that is exactly where we are. Andy, yeah, that is a good point. He says, I like the fact that you can see the size of the plane that can be accommodated on the ChartFox charts. Don't recall seeing that on Navigraph. Yeah, you can't see that on Navigraph, actually. No, you can't. But I suppose in real-world scenarios, generally you would only be authorized for a parking spot that is going to be big enough. And I suppose in advance you would know where you want to park, I think, in a real scenario. But nevertheless, it is quite nifty for simulation purposes. So we're gonna this chart is old, as we can see, but we are basically there, and we can basically work out from that where we are in the airport, which is just here, just to the side of the intersection N2. So if we go back to the top now, we can see we're in this under construction part, so we can actually work out our taxi from here. So we're going to taxi from here. And then we're going to push back facing to the north like that. And then we're going to taxi out here, November 2, to the left, all the way down. And we'll just take this right turn and straight onto 08 left for our takeoff. That's how I work out my taxi generally. Okay, so that's the first couple of charts I would go for, and then we want our departure route. So our departure is the Radar 7 Quebec. So if we go to our SID, which is the departure chart, SID stands for Standard Instrument Departure, and we want the Radar 2 Quebec, 7 Quebec. So we're going to just scroll down. These are separated by runway, so you can see runway 26 right, 26 left. We want 08 left. And we want Radar Radar, what is it? Radar 7 Quebec. Am I looking on the wrong section here? No? Okay, so I'm not sure if they actually have the correct charts here or not. Let's see. Okay, so the charts are here. They're just not named in this left column like they would be on Navigraph, for example. So it's basically just a case of finding the correct one. So we're going to be basically going out to the north and to the left. So that's what we're looking for. And usually the departure routes are named after their terminating waypoints. So you can actually just look at the last waypoints if you want to easily try and identify. Sometimes, I mean, on the Navigraph charts, it says at the top here the name of them as well. But on this one, it looks like they're just sort of named along the route here, which you can also look for. I can't actually find it. Oh, there we go. There we go. We've got it. So 08 left north on the Chartfox charts. We've got Radar 7 Quebec, so you can see it's a left turn from departure and then another left turn at Mike and then out to Radar. So that's pretty straightforward. You can also see on there are no restrictions in terms of altitude. There is a speed restriction, but 250 knots is normal for below 10,000 feet. Sometimes these charts will have a initial climb clearance, which it doesn't appear to have. Now, I'm not entirely used to these particular charts, so if I look at a different chart here, it might actually say that this is a text description of the same routing here. Okay, so it doesn't appear like there is an initial climb clearance. So we're just going to set our cruise altitude in the autopilot. So that's the departure charts. Let's see. I think Navigraph has the wingspan allowed at the parking stands. Yeah, I mean, it definitely probably has the information somewhere on one of the charts. It might not necessarily be on the parking stands. It might be on one of the supplementary charts, but yeah, it definitely has it somewhere. Manicle says, would to have loved to make the return, but I must leave. See Bobby, and thank you for the very pleasant moments. Yeah, no worries at all, Manicle. Well, thank you very much for joining, and yeah, take it easy. I'll catch you again soon. Thank you very much for flying along. Troyden's back is still here. Cool. Yes, we are, dude. Yeah. Well, we're not still here. We've actually done a flight and landed. We're just about to set up for a return trip. Okay, cool. So we've got our departure charts. Now what we want to do is just do another search. So we're going to go to the top right here and type in EDDS. This should be a little bit simpler. I think there's less charts for Stuttgart. So what we want is an arrival chart. So we're going to go for a star, which is standard arrival chart. Basically, that's what star is. And we're looking for Texi 5 Alpha for the arrival. So runway 7 we know is our runway. And this is Texi 5 Alpha, which is what we're looking for. Great stuff. So that's that one. We're just going to hit the plus there and pin that. And looking at this chart again, see, this is one thing that is a bit of an issue with using a lot of different charts that are free, is they're not all standardized and they're not always the same, so it can be a little bit of a pain to try and figure out what it's trying to tell you. Sometimes, say for example on this one it says clearance limit Texi, and it's not entirely obvious what it means, but I think it means 6,000 is the minimum altitude here, and then 5,000 after Babeg, and then that takes us into Stuttgart VOR, which is right on the airport actually. So that's our arrival chart. Now we want to look for, it looks like for this one, because it's an arrival that's taken us all the way in, and a lot of German airports have this actually, is you will need to do a transition from this route onto the final approach. So you can see here there's a couple of charts for that. So for example, we've got runway 7 here, and if we zoom in a bit, let's see how this one works. So yeah, so this is a transition from let's see, Babeg 1. Okay, I don't think that's the right one. Let's just see about this one. Yeah, okay, so we've got Texi there. Okay, so this is a very long transition, isn't it? Let's go, says Troyden. The link doesn't work for Discord, does it not? Oh, dude. Has it expired or something? Is that what it is? I can get a fresh link though, no worries. Invites. There we go, there's a fresh invite for the Discord. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is the transition basically, and it is quite complicated. So there's a couple of ways you could probably fly this. So you could actually probably fly the initial star that we mentioned, and then you would probably from here get vectored to the ILS, which might be good to do, or you could use the transition route. So it looks like for this transition, it actually goes all the way from Texi. So instead of flying that arrival in towards here, the middle, you would actually fly around, which we might do instead. It says here, use of transition procedures only when cleared by ATC, and then expect vectors to final. This one isn't really relevant for us. So I think what we're going to do is, just for simplicity's sake, because these charts are quite complex, we're just going to go with the standard arrival, and then we're going to transition we're just going to transition direct to the ILS from there. So I'm going to pin this one up here. So we've got that there, and then we're going to go and select approach, and then we're going to just select ILS for runway 07. Which does actually have a transition from the Stuttgart VOR there, so that's probably what we'll do. So you can see how the arrival flies us into Stuttgart, and then what we'll do is we'll fly outbound and then back in, and that's what we'll probably do in that case. Okay, so we'll refer back to these as we are setting up the FMS, but let's just get the final chart here, which is the aerodrome chart here. This one probably has the stands on it, or does it not? It doesn't, but nevertheless, we'll go in for the same stand that we set off from, and we can use this for our taxi. We're going to be landing this way, so it'll just be a couple of left turns, really, and then a right turn into the apron. So that's the charts. It's pretty simple, actually, for this route. Now, it's kind of difficult to explain the charts in too much detail because I'm not super familiar with these ones. But a couple of pieces of information I would take off this chart, for example, is the transition altitude, which is at the top here. You can see 5,000 feet. Obviously, I would also check the route coming out as well and see if there are any restrictions on there. This number below the line here, 5,000, means a minimum altitude for this leg. So we need to be up and around to 5,000 feet by the time we get to this. So that's something to bear in mind as well. And I might actually be wrong about that. That might be a maximum altitude. I'll have to cross-reference it with the Navigraph. Let me just check that because I'm not super familiar. Yeah, so on the Navigraph charts, it's the same, and it does generally mean minimum. You can see on the Navigraph charts, it's much clearer to work it out, and it says initial climb clearance 70. So, yeah, that's the minimum altitude for that leg. So, yeah, it needs to be up above 5,000 and then out to radar. So that's what I would take off that chart. Obviously, you've got a maximum 250 knots until Mike, which again is not an issue. And then I would also, for the CRJ specifically, pay attention to the aerodrome elevation level on this chart as well, which is usually at the top, which is here, 1,487 feet. So that's fine. And then the arrival chart. I mean, it's a lot of the same information, really, just in reverse. So the transition altitude I would pay attention to on here. Again, I would pay attention to any restrictions on this chart. So we've got 6,000 and 5,000 on these two legs. Coming into Stuttgart. Stuttgart is quite a high elevation airport as well. So these elevations are not too shocking. And then looking at the ILS chart here, we can look at the profile view. So you've got 4,000. So we're going to descend from 5,000 to 4,000 from Stuttgart. And then we're going to make this turn at 4,000 and intercept the ILS at 4,000 feet and descend at 3 degrees. So 4,000 feet is the platform altitude. This star means the final approach point or final approach fix. And then you've got glide path 3 degrees, which is obviously the descent profile for the ILS, which is useful to look at. Obviously, if it's higher than 3 degrees, that's above standard, so you can expect to have a situation where you might gain speed while you're descending there. On this chart, you can also look at the ILS frequency, which is noted here, 109.5, and that's about the key information there. You can also look at your minimums as well, which I'm not sure where they are on this chart. They're usually down in this bottom left. I think these are the minimums here. So we're going to be a Category C aircraft because these categories are based on the speed of your aircraft on final approach. You can look that up on Google, but CRJ is Cat C, and we're going to be flying Cat 1 conditions on an ILS. Cat 1, Cat 2 is based on the equipment level your aircraft has and what capability it is in flying, and it becomes more relevant in low visibility conditions. Again, you can look that up on Google. I'm not going to explain that in too much detail. So that's why you've got different minimums here. But we're going to be Cat C, Cat 1, so that's 1438 on the minimums there for us. And that's the key information I take off that chart. And then finally for the aerodrome chart, that's just essentially the reverse of what we did for the taxi out. We're just going to work out where we're going to taxi in. Pretty straightforward on that one. Again, you've got the aerodrome elevation 1276 on here, which again is useful for the CRJ. That should be on here as well, somewhere. I imagine it's somewhere on here. I don't actually see it on here, which is strange. Maybe it's not on this one. But nevertheless, you can always check the aerodrome chart if in doubt. So there you go. So that's the charts. That's the briefing on the charts. Hopefully that all makes sense. If you guys bring this up as well on your screens as well, you should be able to refer back to them and see the similarities to what we're going to do here. And hopefully it all sort of clicks a little bit. Obviously, if you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. It doesn't take me to the server, thanks. Okay, yeah, no worries, nice. Well, I'm glad, yeah, it worked in the end. Awesome, dude. Nice one. Well, awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Right, let's get going then. So, thanks very much for joining the Discord, by the way. Zach Attack and Paul, welcome, welcome. Unfortunately, there's not too much going on in my Discord at the moment. One day I'll get around to sort of making it a bit more interactive, but yeah. Okay, so we've still got one person flying with us. Oh, we've got a couple of people actually. Holy crap, someone's already got ready. Fair play. All right, let's get set up anyway. Like I say, this time I'm not going to explain every single thing, and I'm not going to do all the originating checks, because we did that all in the last section of the flight. So I'm just going to do the stuff that is essential for us, and I'm going to do it quite quickly, so that you know, the stream isn't hours and hours long. So I'm just going to get things started up here. So we should already have the ground power connected as well as the doors open. Zach asks, by the way, do you know how to like to the passengers like they do at the beginning of flights and flying on board? How to talk to the passengers? You can't really do that in this sim. It's not really a passenger simulator, so to speak. You can kind of ding the seatbelt signs and things like that, but other than that, it's there's not really any sort of passengers, unfortunately. There are some add-ons you can get that sort of simulate passengers, but I'm not going to go into that now. It's just called self-loading cargo if you want to Google it. Okay, so we're going to get the battery master on. We should have the external power connected, so we're going to get that in use straight away. We're going to get the nav lights and logo lights on. We're also going to get the isolation valve on, and I'm just going to put all the hydraulics straight to auto and on. We're going to get the packs on and the recirculation fans on, as well as the windshield heat. Get the dome light and the standby compass on. We'll get the emergency lights to armed. And let's set the load and balance in the aircraft. Dawn, thank you very much for the follow on Facebook. Much appreciated, dude. Welcome to the stream. Oh, okay, Zach. Yeah. Like Andy said, there is a, there's Luke Air Tool. I've not used it personally, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. In fact, I'll show you on this aircraft in particular, because this is a payware add-on aircraft. You can actually turn on some of that stuff. So we can have cabin announcements and flight attendants on as well. So we'll turn that one on and you can hear how that goes down. All right, so zero fuel weight is 266,332, and then I'm just going to do the fuel through here this time, and we're going to go for 2951 on the fuel. I'm going to enter, Set payload in simulator twice. That gives us a trim of 7.4. Let's set all as well. And let's get the IRS2 nav. I'm going to initialize the FMS as well. There we go. Okie dokie, let's clear those warnings off. So we've done our overhead panel. Fuel is loaded, so we'll get the seatbelt signs on. Great stuff, great stuff. Okay. Oh, oops, I think I just clicked something by accident there. Alright, so QNH is set 1012. Let's clear off the minimums. We don't need that for now. And we shall... Nose wheel steering is not armed. That's good. Nav source, we can put that to FMS 1. We'll set our altitude to our cruise of 16,000. We'll also turn the flight directors on so that they're already on when we align everything here. We'll come down to the middle, make sure everything is idled and in the closed position. The transponder is off, everything is off down here. So we've reset the aircraft now, so we'll have to turn the stab trim, Mac trim back on. Oh no, maybe not. There we go, that's all sorted. Great stuff. Your damper you can't actually turn on until the IRS is aligned, so we're going to leave that for now. And that's it. Let's set up then at the FMS. I'm just going to move this out of the way. We're going to go Echo Delta Delta Mike to Echo Delta Delta Sierra. Oh, and oh, Paul, that was you. Amazing, dude. Well, enjoy your flight anyway. Paul's off. Give him a wave. Give him a wave. Take it easy, bro. Enjoy. Thank you very much for joining in, nevertheless. Alternate is Zurich again. And our originating runway is 08 left. And our flight number is DLH 2148. Execute that. We'll go to our departures and arrivals. We're going to be using the Ridat 7 Quebec. We'll execute that. Go back to the flight plan. And we're just going to fire this in real quick. So we've got Lima 173 from Radar to Dodil. And then Tango 127 to Texi. And that's our routing. So we'll click execute and we'll also go to our departures and arrivals. We'll hit arrivals, ILS 07, and then we're going to go for the Texas 5 Alpha. And we want the... which transition did we want? We wanted the STG, Stuttgart transition, which is basically going to... should take us in a loop over the airport, basically. So let's have a look at that on plan view. Yeah, that looks like it makes sense to me. Great stuff. Let's go to the legs page and just clear out any discontinuities because we're definitely going to have at least one there. So, yeah, we've got Texi in there twice. So we'll click Texi and then just put that on top of this one. Execute. And there we go. That's done. So we've got two STGs in there as well. So I'm just going to get rid of one. And what I'm also going to do here is I'm actually going to change this STG to a required altitude of 5,000. So I'm going to put 5,000 in and put it on that side. And then I'm also going to put this one to 5,000 as well. And I'm going to put this one to 4,000 like so. And I'm going to execute that. That's all good. Great stuff. Okay, cool. So we'll go to our perf init now. So we'll just hit perf. What we could do on this one as well, what we didn't do on the last one, is use a flex temperature. So we can save some wear on the engines by putting in a flex temperature. We'll go for 55, just an arbitrary number. I've got no way to actually calculate that. But yeah, 55, 66 tends to work good in Northern Europe. We'll go to perf init and put our cruising flight level of 160 in. and our cruising flight level for our alternate is 240. We'll then go to the perf on here. We'll copy this over. So we've got that all in now. We'll click execute. We'll check the next 2 pages. Again, the wind doesn't matter because we're using a preset. So we'll go straight to VNav setup. Translation altitude 5000. Cruising flight level 160. Everything else is okay. Great stuff. That's all in and done. Love to see it. We'll switch the radios back to manual, actually. Back to automatic. So that's that all done. Great stuff. So, we are pretty much good to do the originating checklist. So, I'm not going to read this all out, as I never do, because there's just so much stuff to read out here. I'm not going to read it out. I know we've done everything, so we're good. We can do the before start checklist. Passenger signs on. Landing elevation is set. QNH, actually. Yeah, landing elevation is set. QNH is set 1012. FMS is checked and set. IRS is in nav mode and aligning. Radios and nav aids set. Takeoff briefing is complete. Okay, so we're just going to have to wait for the IRS to align now. So I'll see if I can catch up with the chats. I can see it moving in the corner of my eye. Let's see. So, please keep your small electronics airplane mode and tray tables should be upright. Amazing, dude. Zach, you need to get a job on a plane, man. SLC does the safety briefings. Yeah, true, Paul, true. Yeah, it's a bit buggy at the moment with Microsoft Flight Sim. Yeah, so yeah, I suppose Luke Air Tool is quite a good option actually right now. For some reason, your flight crew is Australian always in the CRJ. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one either. It's a bit of a strange one, that. How do you get that? Like the jet? This jet is available in the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace. You can get it through there. And yes, I believe it is out for the Series X. I believe it is. I might be wrong, but I believe it is. Yeah, Andy, I agree. It is very high fidelity. So yeah, if you're going to use this aircraft, you probably would need a mouse at the very least. On the Xbox, that is. Open a few doors. Is that how you trigger the announcements? I've pretty much had the announcements turned off the whole time. So let's see what happens. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the captain and crew, welcome aboard this flight. We hope you enjoy flying with us. Before takeoff, we would like to encourage all passengers to watch our cabin crew display the safety features of the aircraft.
Okay, let's close the cargo doors. Oops, there we go. We'll close the passenger door. We can remove the wheel chocks. Actually, parking brake is on.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the captain and crew,
We'll
welcome
remove
aboard this
the
flight.
wheel chocks.
We hope you enjoy flying with us. Before takeoff, we would like to encourage all passengers to watch our cabin crew display the safety features of the aircraft.
All right. Cool, cool, cool. Let's get the APU started up. APU in byte, APU short valve open. Start the APU. We'll get the... Sorry, packs are already on. We'll start the fuel boost pumps as well now. We'll do before starts. We'll do clear to start. So, APU is on. Electrics are checked. Takeoff data is set. Doors are closed and locked. Beacon light, we can turn that one on now as well. And the fuel pumps and quantity are on. And we've got about 2,900 kilos again. Hydraulic pumps are auto and on. Parking brake is on. So, we're good to go. We're just still waiting for the IRS to align. It should be any second now. If we go to index, if you're waiting for it to align, and you can go to IRS, you can go back to pausing it, and next page, you can see time to nav here. If you go onto the third page, 3 more minutes. So we've got the APU connected now. We can verify we've got power by going to the electric page. We do indeed, so we can actually turn off the external power and we can disconnect it. If you can't disconnect the ground power cart for whatever reason, guys, need to make sure the chocks are in place to actually remove it, which I think is, I mean, it makes sense, but I think it's also a bit of an oversight because I think you would probably remove the chocks before removing the ground power cart in real life. Maybe, I don't know, I might be wrong about that. Anyway, let's remove the chocks, and we're just going to wait for the IRS to finish aligning. We've got the ground power disconnected. Yeah, we're just chilling for a second here. We can also disconnect the jetway. There she goes. And by the way, Chris, it's just sack. Okay. Right, got you. Alrighty then. 1 minute until aligned. I'm not going to forget to turn the probe's heat on this time, guys. I'm going to actually call the pushback tug now. Hello? Hello? He's not moving. He's just parked there. Let's try again. Oh, there we go. He's coming now. For some reason, he's not talking to me this time, though. I have no idea what he's doing there. That is just not right. We'll just let him do his thing anyway. Make sure the no smoking is on. The no smoking is indeed on, sir. Not having no smoking on this flight. Release my parking brake. Not just yet, dude. He's not connected. Not quite sure what he's doing, to be honest. Sure he'll get connected in a second here. Alright, so we should get the RS aligned basically in any second now. Oh, come on, what is going on here? Stop. I think it's because I'm parked quite far forwards here. Let's just let it finish doing its animation and see what happens. Dude! Here we go. Nope. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a bit of shift and P. No? It's not going to let me do that either, is it? Bruh. Are you serious? Anyways, right. Everything's aligned. Your damper can now come on. And let's just put the spoilers back. Let's just go reverse and see what happens. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Fuck that guy. Right. We're off. Okay, so engine start. Right engine first. Sorry about that. If that's you, Acer, sorry about that. I have no idea what was going on there. All right, so we've got 20% N1s, N2s rather, should I say? Hello? There we go. It's all going wrong this flight, isn't it? Alright, there we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention as we display the safety features
Left engine
and procedures
starts.
of the aircraft in case of an emergency. Belts fastened and your seats in the upright position. In case of a drop in cabin pressure, breathing masks will drop from the ceiling and should be placed over your head. If there is smoke in the cabin during the evacuation of the aircraft, the walkway emergency lights will display to the exits, which are located here and here. In case of an extreme emergency landing, you will be instructed to get into the brace position, which is executed by placing your head between your knees with your hands over your head. We would also like to remind you that you should...
There we go. Cabin crew's coming out with the announcements now. Oh, baby. Right, okay, that should do it for the pushback. Alright, mate, thanks for nothing. Do one. Beautiful. Okay. Right then, okay, we're good. Okay, so 2 good engine starts there. Let's go flaps 8. Let's arm the nose wheel steering now. We can also turn the APU off. We'll turn our taxi lights on. We'll get the manual crossfeed on. And we'll turn the probe heat on. I'm not going to forget that this time. And we shall arm the reversers as well. And we'll turn the transponder on. TCAS can also be set to above. And we'll do the after start checklist. Generators, auto, electrics are checked, bleed valves are auto, packs are on, APU is off, anti-ice is off, nose wheel steering is armed. Great stuff. Taxi checklist. Flaps are 8, flight controls are checked, trims are green, and actually no, they're not. 7.4 is what we need. There we go, 7.4 is set and green. Thrust reversers are armed, flight instruments are checked, brake temperature is checked. Let's go! Andy, yeah, it was getting a bit close to having to do that then, wasn't it? Ooh. Alright, so we've got takeoff config okay. Little tip that I didn't tell you guys last time round is you can actually click on the status button twice. See how it now, well, click on it once, extra, and then it basically boxes all these white messages. So basically what that means is that if anything else pops up there, they will appear in text again. So basically you can quite easily tell whether or not there is a new message there or not when you do that, which is quite nifty. You're joking, I'm puffing away in the back here. Mariner, you're good with me. You're good with me. Don't worry, dude. Just do the classy thing and make sure you're in the toilet, right? Alright, so we're going to take our right turn out here, as you may remember from the taxi charts. We're going to take a right turn and then a left turn. We've got some nice little Munich flags there, beautiful stuff. About to taxi this over this bridge, which goes over a main highway here, which is quite cool. Alrighty then. Can you open a window? I'm going to say yes. Just make sure you close it by the time we take off. Beautiful scenery this. Absolutely so nicely done. So detailed. Okay. We are ready to rock, guys. Absolutely fired out those checklists. Let's turn this on. Not that it works, but let's turn it on anyway. Where are we flying to? We're flying to Stuttgart. Stuttgart in Germany. I think we're coming to our turning here yet, so if we just take this, oh, we could have taken this one here, couldn't we? Never mind. Just take the scenic routes. No worries. Got Lufthansa Sky Chefs building over there, quite cool. Okay then. So, what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to use this little screw to activate the takeoff mode, which I didn't do last time. So you guys can kind of see how that works. We're about to enter an active runway. As you can see, we've got this is the Cat 2 3 hold short here, which is basically for lower visibility operations, and then the actual hold short here is, well, the normal hold short, if you like. The Cat 1 hold short is just here. So we're going to turn our strobes on now as we approach the active runway, and we might as well turn our landing lights on as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has advised that we are now cleared for takeoff.
So yeah, apparently we're clear for takeoff according to the flight attendant, so gotta love it. Let's use this little screw here, and if you watch the PFD here, we're going to go into takeoff mode. Beautiful stuff. We've got our transponder on. Everything's looking good. Alright, so before takeoff checklist, lights and strobes are on. Fuel crossflow is manual. Flight attendants are advised. Transponder TCAS is on and set. And radar is on and CAS is checked. Before takeoff checklist complete, I'm just going to go for a rolling start here. Nice long runway. Alright, there we go, stabilised and up to toga. Get my stick forward a little bit. $80 knots, releasing the pressure on the nose there, 100 knots. And V1 and rotate. Rotating up through the dead band. Positive rate gear up. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so that's the gear up. And 700 feet above ground level, give it a bit of trim up. 1,000 feet back to the climb detent, and I'm going to go to speed mode and nav mode on the autopilot. That's going to give me a little right turn here. I'm going to actually ignore that. I'm going to put the nose down a bit and stick the autopilot in. Let's increase our speed now to 210 knots. We've got quite a steepish turn here, so I'm not going to accelerate too much. We're going to go to flaps 1 as we approach VFTO. And we're going to go flap 0. Beautiful. There we go, guys. We're off. think we've got someone behind us. I don't actually know who that is. I think it's Acer, right? Just taking off. I'm sure I saw him on the runway just a minute ago. Look at that livery though, that is clean. Alright, there we go. So, pass through 5,000 feet, so that's the transition level. So we'll go ahead and select standard pressure. We're turning through that corner now, and you guys might have noticed I didn't center the heading bug when we lined up on the runway, and that was because we already had the right heading selected from the ILS that we landed on previously on the same runway. So we've passed through the sharpish turn now, so let's increase our speed to 250 knots, and what we're also going to do is center the heading bug. We're going to disarm the reversers here, and we're going to also put the crossflow back to automatic, and we'll go ahead and we'll just chill for a second and do the climb checklist. So climb checklist, fuel crossflow is in auto, leads and APU are set, thrust reversers are off, CAS is checked and okay. That is the climb checklist complete. So we're accelerating up to 250 knots, and we're on our way. Oh, there we go. There's someone behind us. I think it's Acer. It's not you, is it, Zach? I didn't think you had this. I thought you were getting it at Christmas or something. Oh, you had the PC version? No, I did not know that. Awesome, dude. I'll tell you what I need to do, though, is I completely forgot I had the name tags turned off, so let's just turn that on. That's Acer, dude. Oh, is that you down there? Or behind? I don't know. Alright, so pass through 10,000 feet now. Let's increase our speed to 290 knots, and we can go ahead and turn the landing lights and taxi lights off, and the seatbelt signs can come off as well. Logo lights can come off, and we are rocking. Alright, Mike, I hope you closed your window. Then I was kidding. I thought you'd have a funny reaction. Yeah, sorry, dude. I can be a bit sedate at some times and be a bit slow at getting people's jokes. So apologies for that. Hey, look at that. We've got Mariner over there. Looks like he's descending. I think was that Mariner that did you take off from Munich just before we set off here? I can't remember. I don't know what's going on anymore. I've done a lot of talking today. Whew. Right, okay. Let's see. So, center the heading bug and oops. And let's have a look, see where our top of descent is. So, we've got a little while. We're now serving sandwiches, people. Love to see it. Let's just bring the throttles back a little bit here as we approach our level off. Just coming into land. Awesome, dude. Hope it goes well. Alright, so a few things we can do to prepare for the descent before we actually even get close to the descent. So we're in the cruise now. First of all, we want to set the TCAS to below. We can also check our charts and find our minimums. So if we look on the chart we were looking at earlier on, which is this one for the ILS, down at the bottom, you may remember we're Cat C and we're ILS Cat 1. So that's 1438 for the minimums. Also, whilst we're here, we'll get the airport elevation, which is 1267 at the threshold. So 1438 for the minimums, so let's bring that up here and set it. Hopefully one day they will actually give a call out for the minimums, or set a call out for the minimums in this aircraft. 1440 rounded up, that's fine. And then we'll go up top and we'll just set our landing elevation here. So scrolling this down just by 100 feet or so. Let's see what we're at. 1267. So we'll set this to 1280. Sorry, 1260 will be fine. There we go. Okay, great stuff. We'll reduce our speed a bit. And we'll bring up the VNAV window here. Okay, so we're looking good. We've actually got quite a chilled out segment. We've got a little bit of time here until the descent. So, any questions, guys? Any questions? Obviously on the takeoff we did the same thing again as previous. I didn't explain everything, but hopefully you guys saw what was going on from the PFD here. Obviously at 1,000 feet we reduced to climb thrust. We put in speed and nav mode. We wind the speed up to 200. We did 210 knots on this occasion, and then increased as we went through the turn there. That was quite nice, quite smooth, quite a nice takeoff though. Yeah, I did enjoy that. Thank you very much, Zach. Can you stream tomorrow too? I'm not sure. I might do a stream tomorrow, potentially, yeah. We'll see. This one I've got the minimums call out in the CRJ. Yeah, so if you set a DH, if you set a decision height rather than a minimum decision altitude, yes, there is a call out, but for MDA, I don't think there is. I mean, there's certainly... Maybe there was one last time, I don't know. Maybe they've patched it in, I just didn't notice, but I'm pretty sure there isn't one for MDA. They're just DH for some bizarre reason. We'll see what happens on the landing here. All right then. Okay, guys. All right. Cool. So guys, what if you've watched from the start of the stream today? What are your thoughts on the old tutorial format? I know sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I kind of miss things and it becomes more confusing. But I think the issue is with an aircraft that's quite complex. It is quite easy to miss certain things when you try to explain it to someone in a live format. I'm not sure what's going on with this sunlight here. That's very strange. First time I've seen that one. But yeah, I hope it's all made sense to you guys so far. And obviously, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comments, or feel free to drop them in a direct message to me on any of my platforms or on the Discord. Any of them. I don't mind. Yeah, let me know your thoughts. I'm interested to hear how you think it's gone. If you've learned something today, and you know, if it's all sort of making sense to you, really. Let's always go with DH to be fair, so could be, yeah, that's probably it then. Probably it. Great, well I'm glad you're enjoying it, Zach. I'm hopefully you're learning something for when you do get the sim. And yes, I'll check out Troyden on the flight sim as well. Yeah, he mentioned that earlier on, so yeah, I'll make sure I do so. Yeah, I had a quick check on his channel earlier. I found the video. It's just I'll have to find time to get around to watching it. Absolutely stunning scenery here in Germany. Beautiful, nice ground textures. Looks very good. Very, very good. Okay, so we're getting quite close to our top of descent. We've got just under 20 miles to go. Let's just bring that heading bug around. There we go. Okay, so let's bring up the direct intercept course. STG is our first waypoint we want to be leveled off at. Well, it's our first restriction on our descent. So, let's pay attention to this line in the direct to course. Obviously, we're getting ready for our descent here, so let's do our descent checklist. So, landing elevation is set, fuel is checked. TCAS is set, radar is on, CAS is checked, landing data is set, and the approach briefing is complete. Like I said earlier, go around tutorial was top shelf. Yeah, thank you very much, Andy. Yeah, I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, hopefully at some point in the future I'm gonna find a bit more time to do some more tutorials like that, but they do take quite a bit of time to produce, so yeah, I've got to kind of balance it with the streams and whatnot as well. So yeah, I appreciate that though. Appreciate the kind words, 100%. That's very, very kind of you. Okay, so let's set our altitude down to 4,000 feet in preparation for the descent. We're about to hit the top of descent any second now. Brian says, thanks for your attention to detail. I enjoy your information. Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you very much, dude. I very much appreciate the kind words. And yeah, absolute pleasure, absolute pleasure. Okay, let's just start the descent now. It's going to take a second to kick in, so let's just wind this down to 1,800 feet per minute. I'm going to pull the throttles back. And just as we pass through the top of descent now, we should have the vertical deviation indicator come up, as well as the little blue ball. Blue donut even. Mike says it's been very helpful. I needed to see the basics, not used to the newfangled digital displays. Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, as newfangled these displays are, these are actually super old, like technology now. These are like the old CRT displays in this aircraft, but nevertheless, it is digital. So. Yeah, I'm glad it was helpful. Like, I love how they've simulated them in here. Like, if you get right close, you can actually see the curve on the display as well, which is quite cool. Very, very nice. Alright, so we're going to do 290 knots-ish on the descent. Can I do more flights this stream too? Not this stream, no, unfortunately. Been live for 5 hours now, so yeah, it's getting on a bit. Look me up playing it too. Yeah, I'll have a look, Zach. Yeah, no worries at all. I'll certainly look it up. Okay, cool. So we're settled in the descent here. Not too much to do really for now. Obviously we've got the before landing checklist to do, which we'll do about 1,000 feet, something like that. Well, we'll do it before our minimum, so in this case it'll probably be more like 2,000 feet. Watch out for ILS, it's well offset for some reason. Yeah, I did test that earlier on actually. I think I might have fixed it, so we'll see what happens. Oh, I missed a comment from Andy earlier on, I think, as well, who said I use ILS even in great weather. Yeah, I mean, there's no shame in that, Andy. I think a lot of us use the ILS just regardless, you know. I mean, it's just a smart thing to do, isn't it, really? You know, I mean, in real life, they use the ILS all the time because it's safe, a safe thing to do. It frees up your workload on the aircraft, and it's just smart, really, honestly. But yeah, it's just a smart thing to do. Have you tried the Zebo on X-Plane? Yes, I have. Yeah, I absolutely love it. Yeah, it's brilliant. Mounting a checklist. It's not too bad, actually. I think, honestly, the Zebo, well, just Boeings in general tend to have less checklists, to be honest. Because the checklists, it's more just like in the Boeing, you just do everything, and then you do one checklist, and that's it, basically. In my experience, anyway. I mean, I've flown it a handful of times, but enough. Okay, so we're a little bit below the profile now, so we do need to be at 250 knots at this point. I wasn't paying attention there, so let's slow down a bit. We are going to level off a bit now as well, so that should help us slow down. We're slowing down quite quickly here, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah, no worries, Zach. I'll check it out. Old to you. The newest aircraft I ran was a GR3 Harrier. Go back to Argosy. Fair play, dude. Fair play. You have to let me know the fix. Yeah, I mean, I'm yet to test whether it 100% works, but hopefully it does. So yeah, I'll definitely share that with you if it actually works. Okay, so ILS is 109.5, which we got off the charts. So that's actually tuned itself, or it might have been actually coincidentally the same frequency as the Munich ILS. So I'm going to stick that to manual so it doesn't actually change. Let's just center the heading bug as well, and yeah, we are chilling. Looking good. We've got our landing lights on and our nose lights, and we put our logo lights back on and the seatbelt signs. So yeah, we're slowing down nicely, 240 knots, not too bad, and we are approaching our level off. You'll notice we've gone a little bit below the snowflake here. Now, I've intentionally done that because I want to be at 5,000 once I actually reach this point here, STG, which is straight in front of us basically. It's funny, it's not actually showing up. If I go to here, there it is, okay. Yeah, so you can see STG is actually right here. So the distance it's displaying here is a little bit wrong actually. I want to be at 5,000 as we cross over STG and not not after it. So you can see this distance is giving me 16 nautical miles is actually incorrect. I'm not sure why that is, but that's just what it's doing. Passing through the transition altitude, we're going to set 1012 on the QNH. I'm going to add a little bit of power in so we don't slow down too much here. Alright, so we're passing through 5,000. I'm going to shallow out the descent rate now to about, I don't know. We want to be at 4,000 feet before we make this turn, in fact. So I am just going to keep the descent coming. Let's say about 400 feet per minute, 500 feet per minute, sorry. That should do it. And we should be passing directly over the airport now, which we are. There we go. The STG actually stands for the Stuttgart VOR, which is actually... Can we see it? I'm surprised they've not modelled it in. It should be fairly obvious from the sky. Can't quite see it though. Can't see it. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land. Please remain seated until we have stopped.
Dave says ILS is my best mate. Yeah, ILS is brilliant, mate. It's brilliant. Can't fault it. You'll never believe this, I was actually in the CRJ and helped the pilots do the end-of-flight test. That's amazing, dude. Why would I not believe that? That's cool. Okay, cool. So we are at our platform altitude of 4,000 feet now, so we don't really need to rely anymore on this page. So we're going to switch back to legs mode in case we need to do the missed approach, which we hopefully won't do. Going to add a bit of power in now as we are in the level off. Don't want to lose too much speed here. Going to keep to about 210 knots, and I'm going to actually switch to heading mode. Should have centered the heading book first, but thankfully it wasn't too far off. So I'm going to switch to heading mode here, and once I reach this point at the end here, which is in 4 nautical miles, I'm going to take a left turn, and then we're going to intercept the ILS. So we're now in heading mode, so I can change my nav source to Lock 1, which is the localizer or ILS. Inbound course of 072 is confirmed and correct on the charts. So we're just in level flight here. What I'm going to do is we're going to slow down a bit for this turn. Okay, let's make the turn. So I'm going to just give us a intercept course for the ILS. Basically, I'm just going to point us directly in towards Varta. And we are going to activate approach mode. So we've now got Lock 1. So it's actually captured the localizer already, which is interesting. Hopefully it doesn't do anything weird here. So we're at 190 knots. Let's go for flaps 1. I'm going to get some power back in. I don't want to drop below 180 knots really. So 180 knots, we're going to go for flaps 8. Oh, that was too far on the flaps. So flaps 8 is... Oh, I can't get in flaps 8. There we go. Flaps 8, 180 knots. I'm going to try and stick at that before I intercept. Just before I intercept. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Daniel Knight, welcome to the chat over on Twitch. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Tuned in at a perfect time. We're just coming in for a landing at Stuttgart. Okay, so we're turning on to final. I'm going to reduce the power a little bit more here. See if we can get to about 170 knots. Okay, so localizer is still, lock 1 is still flashing. That means we're still capturing it, which is fine. So 170 knots, let's go for flaps 20. And we're about to intercept the glide slope, so let's go gear down. There we go, that's glide slope capture, I can tell, just from how it moved there. Let's center the heading book. Alright, so yeah, the localizer is way off to the side here. That's definitely not correct. It even says that we're still a little bit to the left of the localizer, which is quite wrong here. So we are just going to have to do a bit of manual correction here. I mean, it seems like the localizer is pointing towards the runway, but it's just offset. But the charts don't say anything about it being offset, which is a bit strange. So that's a bit of an interesting one. Okay, so let's get our thrust reversers armed. Make sure the seatbelt signs are on, which they are. All our lights are on and set. Okay, so before landing checklist, flight attendants are advised. Passenger signs are on, thrust reversers are armed, landing gear is down, slats and flaps are 20. We're going to go for flaps 40 momentarily. Let's go to flaps 30. And we are just going to make sure we set our VREF speed before I forget. And we'll go to flaps 40. I'm going to get the power back in. So go for about 64% N1. Something like that, 65 even. Still slowing down here. I'm going to disconnect the autopilot because we are struggling to stay on this glide slope here. So I'm just going to bring us round manually here. So we're a bit high. Turn the flight directors off. Reducing thrust because we're going to make a bit of a steep descent here. Got a little bit of wind from the left, so I don't want to turn in to the right too early. Okay, so we're coming back onto the glide slope now. Let's raise that nose a bit, adding a bit of trim in as well. 500. Bit of power as well. There we go. That's looking decent. I think we've got 2 whites, 2 reds there. It's quite difficult to tell. Oh dear, what have I just done? Okay, that's going to have to do. 400. Okay, so a teeny bit low now, but we're still stable. There's a bit of a displaced threshold here, so just got to take that into account as well. There we go. 200. Alright, so just reducing thrust here so that we can get to that VREF. We're a bit high.
50, 40, 30.
Flaring a bit
20,
early there.
10.
There we go, and reverse thrust. Beautiful. There we go, 60 knots. Let's get the reverses in and a bit of braking. Let's see if we can make this exit here. No, we're not going to make that one. Let's go to the next one. Woo! Alright, there we go, guys. Let's get the flaps up. Thrust reversers can be disarmed now. There we go, guys. Welcome back to Stuttgart. Not too shabby of a landing. 122 feet per minute. Not bad at all. Pretty butter that. Let's get the landing lights and taxi lights. Sorry, leave the taxi lights on. Get the strobe lights off. And yeah, that wasn't bad though. I'm convinced that the pappies are actually wrong at this airport, because it seemed like there was some kind of discrepancy there between the pappies and the ILS indications. So yeah, it all looked a bit weird, to be honest. So I'm gonna blame those for being a bit high, but it wasn't a big issue, I don't think. Alright, let's just take this left turn and then we'll just run some after landing items. Okay, so we've already retracted the flaps and turned the reversers off. We can also turn the probe heat off now as well. That's it really. After landing checklist. APU is off, transponder is still on. Slats and flaps are 0, lights are set, probes are off. After landing checklist completes. Let's just do a bit of cleanup as well while we're here. We'll turn off the MDA, and flight directors are already off. We might as well turn the transponder off now as well. This is not a huge airport. I don't know if you'd be expected to leave it on here. We can also go ahead and we might as well turn the windshield heat off as well, because it's not cold enough to need it. We're absolutely fine. We can turn the isolation valve off as well. We're not going to be needing that. See, we've got a CAS warning here for the windshield heat being off, but that's not an issue. Alright, welcome to beautiful Stuttgart. I love how well this aircraft performs in the sim. Like, the frame rate you get in it is so buttery smooth. Alrighty then. Zach, you don't need to prove your skills to me. Don't worry about it, dude. Paul says, I'm new to Boeing. Just started learning it in anticipation of the PMDG release. Yeah, mate. I mean, it's definitely worth the having a look at the Zebo. The Zebo is very much study level and probably fairly comparable to what the PMDG one will be like, so it could be quite good to look at. Oh, I've definitely turned wrong here, I think. I think I've made a grave error. Right. Is that a taxiway that goes up there? It is, isn't it? I don't know if it is, actually. Anyway, we're going up here. Localizer wasn't lined up for you as well, Andy. Damn. Yeah, there must be an issue with this new scenery. Oh, that wasn't a taxiway. Here's the taxiway I was looking for. Interesting. So, Andy, do you have the Navigraph nav data installed? Out of interest. But yeah, PMDG are absolutely brilliant. Ace is inbound in the 320. Amazing, dude. Amazing. Alright, let's get in here then at 25. We'll get the taxi light off so we don't blind the ground crew. Alright. Park in here next to Mariner. See if we got lined up well. No, not too well. That should do it. Okie dokie. So, as we did last time, let's get the left engine off. And we'll go to the aircraft page, get the chocks in, ground power connected. We'll turn the ground power on first of all, and we shall then turn the right engine off. Oops. There we go, that's that. Beacon light can come off as well now then, and seatbelt signs also. Great stuff, great stuff. Okie dokie, let's get the doors open then for the passengers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the door is open. Please make your way to
Release the
exit
parking
and
brake,
please
now we're on
make sure you
chocks.
have all your personal items and carry-on luggage.
Get the baggage on the way. And we're looking good. Have we got a ground power unit? Yes, we have. Let's get him connected. Baggage is just sat there. Come on, dude. Do your thing. There we go. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So, nose wheel steering can come to disarm now. We'll get the standby radio off as well. Radar we should have turned off on the way in. So, thank God it doesn't actually work. And we can also go ahead and turn the hydraulics off now. Except for the electric one. We'll leave that on. Let's see. Packs are off, so we'll turn those off, as well as the recirculation fan, and the fuel boost pumps can come off as well. Okay, so shutdown checklist. Parking brake is off, seatbelts are off, thrust levers are shut off, anti-ice is off, fuel pumps are off, beacon light is off, nose wheel steering is also off. Great stuff. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alright, looks like Acer is inbound, but still climbing, I think. So, I'm not sure if we're going to have time to wait for his landing. Mariner, yeah, no worries at all, dude. I'll speak to you in a bit. Right, okay. So, let's do the terminating checklist. Chocks and brakes are in and off. IRS we can turn off. Emergency lights, we can turn those off up here. Anti-ice can also go off. It's already off. Hydraulic pumps, get those off as well. External lights we can turn off. APU is already off. Battery master can come off as well. It's just going to freeze for a second. There we go. And then cockpit lights can come off as well, so that's no smoking. Dome lights, standby compass, and there we go. All shut down and ready for the next pilot. Beautiful stuff. Okie dokie. So Acer's on his descent now, so let's just hang fire and wait for him to do his landing. How beautiful is this livery, though? I'm loving it. Looks great, doesn't it? All right, so let's catch up with some chat then. Yeah, so Andy was struggling with the localizer by the looks of things. Had to go around, weather was awful. Wonder if there's a bug. So, no, I don't think it's a bug in the CRJ necessarily. I think it is actually just a bug with this airport, to be honest. I'm going to do some testing on it, I think, a little bit later. But, yeah, it seems to be that the localizer is... I mean, it terminates at the runway, but it's just completely offset for some reason. I'm not sure exactly the reason for that. I've only really noticed it with this airport, and obviously this is a new airport, so it makes sense that it would be that. But I'm just wondering, Andy, do you have Navigraph nav data installed as well? Can we chat on Discord after stream? I'm gonna head out, dude. I mean, you can send me a message on Discord, by the way, by all means, on a text message. I'll certainly reply to you that way, but I can't jump on a voice right now. Luxionica, thank you very much for the follow as well on Twitch. And Daniel Knights, thank you very much for the follow. Also, much appreciated. Sorry if I missed those whilst we were in the descent there. It all gets a bit hands-on, especially when I don't get the notifications. I can't see them. When I have the hand cam on, it doesn't appear. So, yeah, thank you very much for those follows. Nevertheless, welcome to the stream. Hopefully they will change the luggage loading and unloading. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. At some point. It's a bit weird, isn't it? It's a bit weird. Alright. I'm not sure if Andy's bailed then. Maybe he has. Or maybe he landed here earlier. I can't tell. Anyway, let's just enjoy the shot for a minute. How nice is that? Look at that. Oh, God. This sim. So good. Alright, well I hope you guys enjoyed the format today. A bit different to usual, but nevertheless, very enjoyable. I do enjoy, obviously, you know, passing on any information that I have to you guys, and yeah, I hope it's been useful and you've learned something today. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do this every stream because it's just it's a lot of talking. So yeah, but yeah, hopefully it's been useful, and if you're thinking about getting this aircraft, maybe you'd be more inclined to do so now. Small disclaimer, I do not work for Aerosoft or have any affiliation with them. I'm not trying to sell you the aircraft or anything, but yeah, I know some people see it as being quite a complex thing, and in reality it's not too bad. Yeah, no worries at all. Acer, no worries. Zach, take it easy. I'm not going just yet. I'm actually waiting for your landing, Acer. Nice one, mate. Dave says, been ducking in and out with work. Yeah, no worries at all, Dave. Hope you've had a good day working, and Yeah, mate, I will speak to you soon. Paul, I will catch you soon, certainly. Take it easy. You'll have to let me know how you get on with the Zebo. Let me know if you've got any questions about it as well. I'm by no means an expert on it, but yeah, I at least know how to start it up and shut it down, and to a certain degree operate the V now. Great stream as always. Chris says, catch you next time. Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Really appreciate the kind words there, dude. And yeah, I'll certainly catch you next time indeed. CRJ was my favourite prior to the DC6. Yeah, mine too. Mine too, Paul. Mine too. Sorry, I had to step away for work stuff, but yes, I use Navigraph. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Andy. That is useful to know for when I do some troubleshooting later on. Zach Attack, thank you very much for the follow over on Twitch as well. Much appreciated, dude. Thank you. I'm not sure why my alert's not making any sound right now. Updated with a new AirX cycle yesterday and haven't done a flight yet. Yeah, yeah. The thing is with these custom airports is they don't use the Navigraph data for the approaches. It should have its own set of data for the approaches, as far as I understand it. So, oh, I think Ace is logged off now. Okay, never mind. But yeah, I think it should have its own data for the approach. So I'm not sure if the Navigraph data actually affects the final approaches or not. But anyway, I'm going to look into it tonight. Hopefully I can get to the bottom of it. If I do, I will post on my Facebook page and let you guys know if I manage to work it out. Because this is absolutely stunning airport scenery. So I'd love to be able to fly into it with the proper working ILS. Oh, I just saw a Neo in the background. I thought we were going to take off. No. Okay, never mind. Alright, guys. Might be worth at the peak at the Aerosoft forum, see if others are seeing it. Well, the thing is, Andy, you need to test it with another aircraft first before we actually go over there and say anything. So I'm going to test it in a few other aircraft and see if it actually produces the same behavior or not. So we shall see. But nevertheless, I'm going to dash now. Thank you very much for tuning in today, everybody. Thank you very much for all the support. Hope you guys have enjoyed the format today. And oh, look on runway. Keep to approach, then bellied it in it. Oh no. I think the sim's messed up. It's not showing you, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. Sorry about that, Acer. Silly sim. Blew up. Hopefully not, dude. Alright, guys. Well, thank you very much anyway. I've got a dash, but appreciate all the support today, and I hope you guys have enjoyed. I'll catch you again in the next one, and bye-bye for now. Peace.